Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Whirlpoolville. Yep, we've had to miss a few streams here and there, but we're going to be doing this stream, and on this stream, we're going to be covering the little guys here. We're going to be doing this Triton class transport here. We've got Tautatis class freighters. We've got there we go, there's the Argus, basically sort of an AWACS. We've got the Hellhound. And we've got our Spectre here, kind of an electronic warfare type of a craft. Now, what I might, hopefully, I'll get a chance to do here is at least two different squadrons of our Tautata. So we're going to have two different squads here. I'll try to do some, maybe a couple more next week or something like that, or whatever. Where's that Mastiff? Here it is. So this is basically kind of a rescue vehicle right here. Landrast and Camden, how you guys doing? I'm sorry we wasn't able to do this a little bit earlier, but well, still it's not midnight, right? Right, Landrast? Hopefully everything is going great. Here is Constitution from Saturday, Sunday. Well, it was sort of a Saturday Sunday kind of thing. Well, let's see. We're gonna get a bunch of our ships done here, and again, these are part of the USS Compass Rose air wing here. Now, of course, we're definitely hoping that your dad and Andrew are not driving you nuts. Definitely hoping for that, right? I mean, it's the little things, right, Landrast? So here's well, we'll do this presentation early for you. We'll be doing this a bunch of times here. So there's your hangar deck right there. You've got your basically the flight deck right there, and there's some of your squads right there. And of course, well, pilots need a ready room where they can have some fun, kind of chill out and everything. And this is one of the squads we're going to be doing here, the Black Forest Hams, as I like to call them. Here's another squad that we're going to be doing. So there's the Hellfire Squadron. And here's again a little bit, pilots need they need some gear. There's some of their gear. The flight crew also need gear. There's their gear right there. We'll just kind of go through... Again, here's a little scene in the hangar deck, and we're going to get to see a couple of shots here of some different craft, like the Hellhound. There it is, kind of a heavy attack ship. We got one of those we'll be doing. There's the Argus right there, so obviously, again, kind of an AWACS sort of a thing. Next up, we're going to have ourselves the Mastiff. There's your, again, it's kind of a, medical transport, rescue ship, that sort of thing. You can see it's kind of based on the Triton class. And there's your Spectre electronic warfare craft. And I think that pretty much takes us through all the different stuffs here. So I think that is it. Yep, and we're back to the hangar day. So there you go. So sorry, Armored Wolf, that didn't exactly work out the way it was supposed to. It kind of worked out the opposite, like extremely the opposite. So I think, yeah. I think some folks were kind of jinxing it by saying like, "Oh, this is gonna bring soccer forward decades," and it's like, well, it just got set back decades. So much for that. Now we're gonna do the bases first. Here's some of your. No. There we go. So this is pretty much your equivalent for the Syria Republic, and now we're going to be working on the bases right there. No problem there, Landrast. I also have been printing out more stuff, so we've got more Syria Republic stuff printing out. This is that El Chiban bus. I'm going to do a tutorial video on this one here because of all the wild, fun colors we're going to get a chance to do on that. Also, well, we also have this one too. I've got more Syria Republic stuff that's printing out now. So there's a nice bust right there. So get this. So there is a point. Here's the good news. The good news is that the .2 nozzle is in and it is active. It's actually printing right now. And those little plinth on a plinth you saw, those were printed out with the .2 nozzle. The bad news is it took 5 hours to do that operation. Yeah, I don't want to hear nothing about, oh, it's a simple little operation. No, that took 5 hours. I wasn't able to film yesterday. Yeah, that wasn't so that wasn't so special right there. That was not super because apparently, oh, I need my magenta in this. Apparently, the point .2 nozzle is stainless steel, and it was not recognizing that because it was only looking for hardened steel stuff, which is your point .4 nozzle, your point .6, and your point .8, or whatever. Now there is a stainless steel point .4 nozzle. Apparently, I had the hardened steel point .4 nozzle. So note to all you young players out there: look to see whether that is a hardened steel or stainless steel hot end assembly there. Because if it is not stainless steel, it ain't going to show up when you switch it to a point .2 nozzle. So yeah, it was this close to doing a factory reset. Thank goodness, at the very last second, I went, wait a minute. What is that tiny little thing there? I clicked on it, and that's when I said, wait a minute. There's a point .2 in there. So yeah, because it wasn't a firmware thing. Everything was the latest. The firmware was the latest. Everything was the latest. The slicer, the firmware, all that stuff. It just was, it's like all of a sudden noticing like, wait a minute, what's this deal over here? So yeah, if you got yourself a bamboo, here's another one of those, well, not so fun things about the bamboo. And again, I lost the entire evening of film time to that. So we'll try and film after the nozzle for the bamboo X1 there, Camda. Like we've been talking about, we've been talking about putting that in for months and months and months. Well, something happened to the point .4 nozzle. I don't know what happened to it, but I don't know if it's partially clogged or something like that, but it's toast. So if I buy myself another nozzle, the point .4 nozzle, I'm going to make sure it is a stainless steel nozzle, so that way I can go back and forth. Right, Conrads, how you doing? So Conrads, is this your 140 now, Conrads? I'm thinking that it might just be time for 140 for Conrads and maybe a special hype train. I don't know, so not yet. Okay. Well, Conrad's great to see you. Great to see you. I hope that everything goes well. And, well, Camda, I hope that things are still going well with those new printers that you got. I know that you had some really nifty little things that you did early on with those. So hopefully that continues to be a lot of fun. I'm going to grab a little bit of this here. Yeah, a little more of this here. Come on. Smush you in there. And I know it's going to be a little bit harder to see because we got these crafts sitting on top of the bases here, but well, I'm glad that that's worked out really well there, Camda. Really glad that's worked out. Nope, let me have that intersect that a little bit. So I think you can see that, yeah, it's very dark, but I think you can see the blue, that kind of magenta-ish type color bouncing off of each other there. So again, appreciate folks being here. And again, sorry that last week was just, it was pretty much impossible to stream last week. And by impossible, I mean it's like, ain't no way that's happening. For like 10 different reasons. Yeah, let's have one more. We got the Prussian blue going over here. Prussian blue with a little bit of sky blue there. Here, back to that Prussian blue. I mean, whatevs, doesn't matter. And then we'll do, eventually we'll get to our Spatter Stars too, because Spatter Star Galactica. Gotta have our Spatter Star Galactica. Now, most ships like this one, the Mastiff, the Argus, they're just going to have kind of a basic generic color scheme. Even probably to this Hellhound right here, we'll go with the basic scheme on that. But eventually looking to do all kinds of fun stuff with individual squadrons. Mostly for the Compass Rose crew, because, well, that's kind of what the story is called, the Journeys of the Compass Rose. So you're kind of focusing on the Compass Rose itself, needless to say. Again, we're just going to do a little bit of tap, tap, tap there, get some fun stuff going on. And of course, Camda wants to share some stuffs in the chat. Like always, please go ahead and do that. So Armored Wolf, if the U.S., it's kind of funny because one of the last things I saw World Cup-wise was the Canadian coach. I believe they lost 3-0. And he gets up on the stand and starts talking about how they dominated the game for the whole first half and then dominated like first half of the second half. And it's like, you lost 3-0. You didn't dominate anything. Now, I think he was trying to go analytics-wise, because whatchamacallit only had 4 shots on goal. But when 3 of those 4 shots go in, you didn't dominate anything. And, of course, this World Cup analysis, finest you're going to find anywhere on stream, brought to you by the Wampelville Sports Network, where we report the news before it is news. So now, Camda, you got a chance. You saw the presentation that I just did, right? I mean, we'll be doing it. We'll be doing it more. Conrad's, I don't think. I think you came in right after that presentation, but we'll show it. Little slideshow there, Conrad's. Little slideshow, kind of again introducing you to the Compass Rose, Air Wing, and what some of the different kind of craft are that you're going to see. Well, on any Terra Force carrier, not just the Compass Rose. That would be any carrier. And actually, Camda, I'll try to get you pictures. I have right now almost the last of the Woden ships printing out. So we have a whole nother fleet. It would be the 3rd fleet. It's basically what I'm kind of doing is the non-modular ones first. Like the Siri Republic, it's just too difficult to do those in a modular fashion. And again, of course, here's kind of basically, if you're looking for any kind of equivalent to what we've done with the Siri Republic, that would be this right here. Again, kind of a heavy attack craft right there with lots of DACA there, Landrast. I know people like DACA. Well, then maybe they like 1980s heavy metal groups like Dokken or whatever. Maybe they like that too. I don't know. Maybe they do. Here, let's get some cloudy clouds there. And we can do a little bit of smushy blend right here. Let's do some smushy blend right there. Yeah. I'm going to give me a little bit more on my later stuff right here. Drop you over there. Maybe we'll try this guy here. So, there you go. I think you can see that. Yeah, sorry about the voice there. And for folks that got pasted over the 4th of July, and I don't mean in a good way, I mean in a bad way. I mean by like tornadoes and 9 inches of rain, that sort of stuff. Hopefully people are recovering from that. Because man, oh man, there's all kinds of folks. Yeah, Camda, it was they were predicting all kinds of nastiness here. It hit here. It got us, but not quite like it got some of the folks out in the suburbs. Yeah, there's some parts of the suburbs that are probably going to be floating past you. So you're familiar with an AWACS, right, Camda? So again, here I'll show you the slideshow again. It's gonna kind of it has I can't control how fast it goes, so it goes how fast it goes. It's because it's an animation. But again, there's the air wing right there. So it's gonna be one of the later slides here. So again, there's your pilot's ready room right there because I gotta have a place to hang out. There is your Taurus interceptor with again the Black Forest hams as we call them. There's your Hellfire Squadron. Now we're going to get into the kind of some of the gear. So there's some of your pilot's gear. Then we're going to get into the flight crew gear right here. Because flight crew needs gear also. And now we're going to get into a little bit of a little hangar bay right there. A little hangar bay action with said with the flight crew there. There's your Hellhound. I think the very next thing is going to be the Argus. And there it is. There is the Argus right there. And of course, we're going to follow that up with the Mastiff here. And there's the Mastiff again. That's kind of a rescue ship, first aid, whatever. And I believe our last ship is going to be the Spectre. There it is, the electronic warfare craft. So, yeah. I've already got, I think there's two of these type of craft for the Woden that are printing out right now. Well, actually, three. There's basically an interceptor, there's a heavy bomber, and there's a troop, basically a drop ship. So the equivalent of this, where's the Triton? So right now, for the Woden, I have the equivalent of these three. It's really, oh god, and of course, Camda, I got the stupid book in the wrong place. Actually, well, I won't go run and get that. Maybe a little bit later when I check on some of those prints and stuff. But yeah, I actually do have, I keep forgetting to bring the book in here. I've got it everywhere else. Because that way, if I, I kind of look through it, I peruse through the book, and I go, okay, well, let's work on this particular part of the timeline, or let's focus on this thing. Where's my blendy brush? We'll use this as a blendy brush. Fine. And actually, I'm almost. What I'm gonna try and do is I'm gonna try working on the Siri Republic video, because I think you've seen the other three, right, Camda? You saw the two on our Terrans, and you saw the one on the Jolerans, right? I'm pretty sure I sent you all of those. So we're working on the bird brains. That is the next video that we're going to be doing after the stream. Let me drop you in here. Like so. Another blendy brush here. Gotta be something that we can use like this guy maybe. So Camda, that was all about the unifier. That was all about the unifier. I think the message stream is probably pushed back so far. But yeah, look for it's called the unifier, and the name of it is called Fragments of Unity. So I wouldn't be surprised if I did send you that link there. No, that wasn't what I wanted to do there. And obviously, they're the folks that kind of started that bit of mischief and mayhem with the Exodus and everything. Let me get some more on my cloudy clouds here, like you do. I know it's a little hard to see this part here, because we haven't seen anything of the Jolerans on stream, that's for sure. Their ships are of the modular variety, so that's why we haven't seen those yet. Because, well, in addition to everything else, then the machine I was going to film that on died, so that that made it a little bit difficult to film the video when the machine that was going to be filmed on doesn't exist anymore. Minor details. Everything is always details. I don't know why. It's always about details. Let me see what we's going to do here. I'm going to get some of this in here as well. Get that working up this way. Then we're going to get some of our violet stuff too. Don't worry about that. A little bit of. Oh, there we go. And again, sorry that the last stream kind of didn't last super long. Given the fact that even in I think we had a Cinco Trace, didn't we, Camden? Yeah, even with just a Cinco Trace, I almost fell asleep Cinco times on stream. So it's like, okay, we're gonna have to we're gonna have to truncate this a little bit, as otherwise I will be face down on the table. Not the good kind of face down on the table either. Let me get some lighter stuff happening here with our stars is here, and then again we'll get to our lighter kind of violet type colors too. So we got the little blob right there. Look at this here. We're just going to take Mr. Blobby. Gonna move Mr. Blobby around. Yeah, I wasn't sure we were gonna make it to a Cinco anything there, Camden. I was like, I don't know. Even at Cinco Dos, I was starting to doze at Cinco Dos. How's that, Camden? See, I do words, Camden. Not everybody does words like that, which is probably a good thing. Again, after we do this little round here, we're going to get into into that magenta type stuff there. All right, I want me. Can you see that? Now you can. I want me to give me a little bit of the light right along there. Gonna get you over there. Where's me blendy brush here? We'll use this. I'm just gonna start marching that around like we do. Look at this. It's gonna get softer now. Looky there. Edge starts to disappear. Slowly but surely the edge starts to disappear. Much softer now. That's yeah. Well, you must use Seri Republic words then, Camda. Yes, Camda's stream is all about high thought. Yes, Camda does not want. Where's that sticker? Where is that sticker? It's right there. It is. Yeah, so Camda is always working on high thought, not on instinct. There. Where did my stickers go? Falling all over the place. Fine. We'll just leave it there. All right, there we go. Spread this baby out here again. Like we do. Here we are. And one more. With this later stuff, then we'll get to our... I know I've been and this is not the latest light we're going to do with this. We will be doing later stuff with this. Where's my clouds here? I might even use might even use this as a bit of a blending brush right here. Making a little bit of a change there. Try it again. Now that's fantastic there, Camda. Now, Camda, you got a chance to share your stuff there in chat, right? So Conrad's, I guess Flat Thursday will be your 140, right? Because I think you said 139. I do math. Yeah, I do math. Not sure if it will be another one of our. I was hoping that it could be one of our uh, Great Union of New Terra worlds. I think it'll be one of those. Let's do smush that around up here. And then another round of later cloud stuff down there. Some of our Prussian blue in there. More Prussian blue in there. Now we're talking. Take the edge of that, smush that baby around, and now some of that lighter magenta stuff we're talking about. Gonna get a little bit of our violet in there too, just because. I'm gonna just play this out, and then we'll check out. Everybody should check out Camda's Instagram link right there. Check out Camda Paints, because Camda also paints with the oils. So again, everybody please give Camda Paints a follow. Check out the Instagram there for reasons. Again with our lighter magenta there. Now with the Woden, this trim's gonna probably be dark. Maybe even just almost black. Just some really dark gray, little teensy bit of highlighty stuff, and that would be it. That will be it, I think, for the Woden as far as this stuff around the edge here. Nice to see you there, Doji. Doji, why don't you also share? Why don't you also share some fabulous oil painted stuff? Because, well, fabulous oil painted stuff. So I hope that the weekend was super fun for you there, Doji. Yeah, this is what we were talking about, right? This is what we were talking about. There was gonna be the magentas along with the Prussian blues and all that, because Prussians. It's been a while since we've had the Prussians out here for Spacescapes, so just to keep the Prussians, got to keep the Prussians happy, right, Landrast? Everybody check out the Discord link there that Doji just shared. So Artem Michael, now are you getting the same kind of rainy stuff that? Oops, that's the wrong one. That say New York and some of the other places are getting up there. I would imagine so. It kind of seems like it's been doing that for a few days. I'm gonna swing on back around here. Lightor, maybe more magenta. Trying to make something that's almost like a little bit of like a filbert brush here. Hey there, Hack and Slash, how you doing? Everybody, please check out Hack and Slash. So Hack and Slash, hopefully the game is going real well. Actually, Slash, why don't you, I know you probably got like a website type thing talking about the game. Why don't you fill people in on the fabulous game there? Yeah, because we're working on our games here. Hack and Slash Minis also working on a fabulous game. So yeah, so Slash, why don't you share some stuff, let people know what it's all about. Doji, it all count. I did gardening today. It was very minimal, but I did gardening, so I count that as a one-to-one terrain scale project there, Doji. I count it as one-to-one scale. So everybody, again, please give Hack and Slash Minis a follow, and again, check out this super fabulous game. Now, if you want to give folks a little progress report on that too, Hack and Slash, please go ahead. And again, everybody should check out the super nifty game that Hack and Slash Minis are working on. So, Arda Michael, if you wanted to post anything, I know it's been a little chaotic there, but if you want to post some stuff in the chat, please, of course, go ahead and do that. I know there's a lot of mayhem happening there on a whole bunch of different levels. Again, sorry that these guys are going to be blocking the bases here. They kind of just have to go on the bases. There's no way I can kind of do these separately like we do our larger ships. Maybe. Whoops, not that much thinner. Ooh, I think we got it. I think we got it now. Yes, we do. That's pretty much what I was looking for right there. So there we go. Check out Hangry Games. Check out hangrygames.com. So they're going to be doing if you're heading to Gen Con, Hack and Slash Mini is going to be doing demos of Hangry Games, and it's super fun. There's lots of really nifty. I mean, geez, how many miniatures were there? Hack and Slash. There's tons of really nifty miniatures. The game is it looks hilarious, and I think it plays pretty fun too, right? Hack and Slash. I think it also plays really fun too, in addition to looking really fun. So everybody check out the Instagram link that Arda Michael just showed there. So it was pretty much the same as what we did with all the other escapes like this. Doji, where you see the blue here, that's where we just did the Prussian blue. And then where you're seeing this, the lighter magenta stuff, we just started out with a little mix of dioxazine violet and magenta. And that was pretty much it. Pretty simple. Pretty simple. So they're all the way up to 28 miniatures. And again, everybody please check out Hack and Slash Miniatures. Now we've done this. Yeah, okay, we can get into doing a little bit of. Here we are. There we go. And we're going to do the same kind of smushy stuff that we were doing on the other bases. Then we got to do our Spatterstar Galactica. Then we got to get all this, right? Again, like we did on on the main ships. Because this is, again, that's the ship ID, task force number, all that kind of important stuff, so you can see what it is we're fixing to do right here. And of course, I swear, where did those go? I could have sworn I had those up here for you there, Camden. I had the, I guess not. Must still be downstairs. Well, I'm glad that the commission is back in full swing there, because hopefully that means some dineros. Hopefully that means some dineros are inbound instead of outbound, because they're usually outbound. Now the hex terrain system, right? Hack and Slash. It's got the special kind of clip system that you developed, right, for that. And I think the terrain also kind of clicks into that. And again, everybody please check out the link that Hack and Slash shared. Here, there we go. Now, Side, I think you saw the Cyber Kathy and Jiro we did. I don't know if I think you might have seen. Where is he? Is he still okay? He is still out here. There we are. So there's the Cyber Wapelius and his buddy Cad, right there. Brand new Cyber Wapelius. Get you put back over there. And of course, we had all kinds of fun. I'm still thinking that I might hit these screens with. I'm really liking the. What is that? I almost said not heavy gloss gel, but I'm really liking that resin. Just taking the clear resin and hitting that with the light real quick. I might do that on those screens. I didn't do it for photography purposes because essentially all it would do was just burn out. And again, geez, was there 6 different franchises Hack and Slash, or were there 8? I think there was at least 6. I know for sure there was 5, but I think there might have been as many as 6. If there was more, my apologies. And of course, now, let's get. I'm a little bit bummed that I don't have I thought I had. Oh, I think they're probably in the kitchen there. But again, we now also have miniatures and busts that go with our ships. Yeah. And we're going to be doing this species. Actually, I'm working on their ships this week. We're going to be working on the Alchiban ships. Again, those are. I'm kind of focusing on the non-modular ones first, just to get those out of the way. Because I actually already have the modular ones. I got the pieces made. So there's 6 designed, 4 gonna launch, and then a whole bunch for future expansions. So I know folks are always asking how expandable is the game. Well, this is going to be mighty expandable, right? Hack and Slash, mighty expandable. Let me see if I can return with a little bit of dark in here. Oh, actually, Doji, you might be seeing that Alchiban bust that I just showed there. You might be seeing the cobalt teal bluish on that. Well, not might. I think you will be. Yeah, you'll be seeing cobalt teal bluish on that one, Doji. So you'll get your wish there. You'll get your wish. That is not gonna do what I need it to do. Maybe. Oh, that's it. Maybe this guy here. There we are. There we are. Gonna just darken down some of that a little bit. More smushy here. Because smushy and all that. And again, that El Chiban bust, that's another one of the figures that I made for myself. We've got right now more Woden ships printing out. And at least, well, you have the one Seri figure. Tomorrow, hopefully, I'll be able to print out the Seri Guard figure. So when we take our little soiree, and I check on some of the prints there because I've got all the printers going again, which I didn't think was going to happen, Camda. Again, I was micrometers away from doing a factory reset on that stupid bamboo printer. That was a close run thing. And again, I'm sorry there's not a video out today. But I mean, we are entering the Tuesday, Wednesday cycle here where I can basically film for a couple of days. All right, we're going to try and do some lighter. There we go. More lighter. gonna break. Let's break it down a little more. Now we're getting somewhere. So each franchise is gonna have 7 minis, but there will be more. And then again, there's gonna be many more franchises. It's kind of I guess hack and slash. Now obviously at Adepticon there was all the trying to work really hard to have put on some previews and stuff. Now are you going to be doing previews at the dealers table or the vendor hall and in that kind of demo area like up on the second floor, or is it going to be mostly all second floor demo and stuff? The reason I'm asking, because if you've got yourself a booth at Gen Con, let folks know what the booth number is. And if not, let folks know maybe what the schedule is kind of looking like for demos and such on that second floor area or whatever. Need me a blendy brush. That'll work. That'll work. Can you see this? So again, this is the Mastiff right here. I gotta turn it this way so I can see it. Get a little bit more smushy this way. How's about everybody gives a little follow to Inganes? Inganes, why don't you also post a little bit of something in that chat there? How about a little bit of Instagram magic? 72 months worth for Inganes. Thank you so much. Yeah, hack and slash. That never really ends. It doesn't matter what the other projects are, right? It's like, well, okay, there's this too. So everybody, again, make sure. Now, is it going to be a booth there, or is he going to be up on that kind of that? It is that second floor area, right? That's where you usually do demos and such. So again, everybody, please give Inganes a follow. Give Inganes a follow, and of course, Inganes paints with the oils too. So go check out Inganes because more oils, more better, right, Inganes? There it is. Everybody check out that link to Inganes just shared. Let me do this here. And in a sec here. Oh, you know what? I could have the. Well, no, I was gonna say I could run the slideshow again when I go, and I could run downstairs and get some of the stuff there. I thought for sure I had my, because I actually put some, well, basically primer on the series stuff there, Camda. And again, that's the Wind Dancer and the counselor, one of the high counselors. Right now is printing an Orator, and then after him, I'll be printing out that Siri Guard, a ceremonial, kind of like a Swiss Guard. So yeah, think of them as that, like the Swiss Guard at the Vatican. Let me roll into this here. And of course here, why don't we throw up, actually, well, here we go. Actually, Camda, I could just do this. I'm going to start throwing up some of the linkies here to some of the videos. So here is the Unifier video. So here you go, Camda. Look at this. So there's the Unifier video for you right there. Now I'm going to try and grab the other ones here. Let me see if I can get, okay, there's that one. So this is kind of this is the one you should really watch first, right there. There's that. And now here is what happened after the second Exodus, right there. So you got all 3 vids right there. All 3 vids. Let's see. So probably at the demo, it's a little bit cheaper doing it that way, right? Hack and slash. Let's see. Gen Con is going to be the last demo. Now hack and slash. How does it with the Kickstarters and stuff? You can kind of have the like notify me type page going. So yeah, Hack and Slash, if you've got the notify me thing that you can, so people can kind of get that, copy that link there and then wait for notifications. And again, Camda, I posted the 3, that's the 3 links. That's all the videos right there. All 3 of them. And again, that takes you all the way through the Jolarin attack on Earth, the second Exodus, the creation of the Great Union of New Terra, and then the third one that kind of that gives you kind of the story of this universe from the Jolarin perspective. See you later there, Doji. See you later. Okay, we'll have something fun for Thursday. This is what we did for our delayed 4th of July stream. Right there, Constitution and Guerriere. So working on the Kickstarter pre-launch page after Gen Con. I know it's been a full court press for a long time, right? I mean, we're talking years, not months, right? Hack and Slash, from the concepts and everything to what you've got going now. Tons and tons and tons of work. But I do think, I mean, wouldn't you say, well, it was worth it, but it also kind of shows, right? You can see all of the work that went into it. Yeah, there's a ton of hard work that went into that. And again, the miniatures are super fun, and the game really, and I think people had a blast playing it. Right, Hack and Slash at Adepticon, they really liked it. There we are, and then we're going to get some of our latest stuff. Then we're going to do the a little spatter star thing, like we do. I think you can see what we're doing here. Then we'll get the little gold stuff along the borders here. Then we'll start to get to the ships themselves. We've gone about as light as we can go with that stuff. Get this one here. Maybe a little smidge a little later right here. Like so. A couple more of these with this level of light, and then we'll go real light with too much paint on there. Let's get rid of some of that. And again, everybody check out the link that Artemico also posted, because Artemico posted a linky there in the chat. That's for sure Hack and Slash. Well, Hack and Slash, all of these designs, everything that you're seeing me paint tonight, and all the stuff I've been painting, this goes back to 1996. I'm not joking. I wish I had that initial book. It's just in the other room. I'm pretty sure you have to probably take off pretty soon. But yeah, all this stuff is literally from 1996. And it didn't happen because, well, 3D printers and all that kind of fun stuff, well, that didn't exist in 1996. If it had, would have been a different story, but it didn't. There were no such things as Bamboo Carbon X1s or Saturn Ultras or anything like that. Those were not around in the old days, in the before times. It's what was it? What was Scott's game? Witchborn. I think that was his game, and it was the same thing. Hack and Slash. He spent years I think he did somehow. I think when they opened up Entrepreneurs Alley, that's when he got himself a small dealer's area. I think he still has that in the vendor hall. But he's been demoing Witchborn at Gen Con. Wow. I think for 10 years. Just think you got that to look forward to, Hack and Slash. Yes, 10 years from now, you'll still be demoing the game. No problems, right? No problem at all. Which way do we want to go with? I'm going to go with this. Well, I think we have to go this way. The only way I can get at it is to have that working like so. Trying to do a wee spot of lens flare activity here. Hack and Slash, there was one point where we thought we could use like Lightwave 3D to sculpt things, but it wouldn't have mattered, right? Because we couldn't have printed anything. Yeah, that was my vision way back in the day. Was like, oh, maybe I could use Lightwave, maybe to animate it, but certainly not sculpt it. Nice to see you there, Prairie Dog. Nice to see you. Happy, is it happy? Oh, it is a happy Tuesday here now. Sorry, I tried to start this maybe about 10-15 minutes earlier, but I was also trying to get those prints going, which fortunately I was able to do. Couple more here. Yeah, I'm going to do that over there. Now let's do a bit of lens flary type stuff. I know it's going to be tough for you to see this. If I can maybe tilt it over that way, you can possibly see a little bit of that. Now we want to take our blending brush to that here. Take that, smush it that away. Now it's a little too much light stuff here. Let me just get rid of that. That just didn't work at all. I'm going to get rid of that and try a little something else there instead. That's the beauty of the oil paints, right, Camda? We're like, nah, that is not going to work there. We're going to try something else. So again, sorry that I don't have the publication in question sitting here. It is just literally in the next room. I could try and run and go get that. And we could have the slideshow going too. All right, it's time for Spatter Star. Time for some Spatter Stars. Let's see, we need ourselves a brush that's going to be appropriately messed up. And that definitely won't do it as way too soft. Oh, here's all the soft brushes that I've been looking for. This one, that's going to do it. That's probably actually one I've been using as a Spatter Star brush. Time to clear the decks. Time to clear the decks here because it's time for some Spatter Stars. Let's see how this is going to roll. Get this side. So there's our Spatter Stars. And we're going to do that on all these guys. Any brush that you can reach, right? And oh, that's right, Camda. I think I sent you the stickers too. I'm pretty sure that I did. Well, the picture of the stickers anyway. Little more. There we are. So you can see again, there's our spatter stars. They can camda, not generally. Usually, there's special craft for that, basically kind of ground attack craft there, camda. It's not generally where they want to be operating. Kind of, well, think of them like Vipers, right? Camda generally not a whole lot of ground operation, but when needed, they could. All right, so there's our spattery stuff. Now we're gonna do the dry brushy stuff around the edges. Maybe not that one. Maybe we'll use this one here. Let's use this. Let's just do. I'm like, where's the spot for this here? Where's the spot? Here, let me grab a little bit of you. And now we'll do this. And then we'll hit one more round of lighter stuff on this. Then we'll finally get going on the craft themselves. Just kind of have to do this first before we start working on these guys. It should be interesting, Camda, with that one, because well, panel lines. Yeah, I think we'll have some panel lines on there. I do believe we will have ourselves some panel lines on a few of these. Again, this is the Mastiff. This is essentially kind of, I wouldn't say a search and rescue, but it's a bit like a Black Hawk helicopter. It's a bit like a Black Hawk helicopter, so kind of a multi-role sort of thing. And you can see that it's kind of, sort of, I know it looks bigger than the Triton class, but it is smaller than a Triton class. That might have gone a little too late. We're going to back off of that a little. There we go. What I was trying to do was get another set of these going, because I think I can print 6 of these at a time on the Saturn. Wasn't able to do that. I ended up going with the again, that's that Siri Republic figure that's printing out on the Saturn now. Here, and I'll see if I can find the other those miniatures. I think they're in the kitchen, maybe. I think that's where they might be hiding. They're birds of a feather. They're flocking together, but not in this room. And of course, again, best of luck with everything there, Hack and Slash. I know, again, you probably have to be heading out soon, because you gotta be working on also that other job stuff, right? Right, Hack and Slash. Gonna give it a little touch of the burnt umber in there, just a little touch of it. Here we are, and that also helps to kind of set off the spacescape just a little bit. And even these colors here, these are going to be different kind of from one sieve to the next. Fairly positive that the Gaia are going to be probably going to be some form of green. Okay, just stuck my finger right into the Indian yellow, which was suboptimal. Oh, we're getting there. We'll probably hit another round of this too towards the end when this stuff has had a chance to set. That's well, again, best of luck with everything there, Hack and Slash. So yeah, the Gaia and the Woden Camda, they're the two species that are known as far as your the Void goes. So the Void, you can see it in the kind of between the Chetzak Alliance and the Seri Republic. So there is the Void. That is that area of space which is, well, it is not empty. It is very much occupied. Just not occupied in the way that kind of normal space is. The Gaia, they learned to live with that right away. The Woden had to learn the hard way by basically going extinct. Yeah, that's kind of a bummer. That was a wee bit of a bummer, kind of the whole going extinct thing. So those are the two species that are active in that, that are known again in the void. Let me do this here, and actually, I'm hoping that the next Army Painter series, I was actually kind of hoping to be able to actually have that be about the Woden. We'll see if that works out. So Camda, they're the Synthoid race that I was telling you about. So that is the Synthoid species. And in some cases, people can wait not just hundreds of years, but even millennia before they get one of the Synthoid bodies. Essentially, they were, to try and survive, they were replacing body parts until eventually the environment became so harsh, not even that was enough. And you don't just get a synthoid body. You actually there's an approval process. So they're not robots. There are no robots. There are no androids. There's none of that stuff in this universe. The consciousness is downloaded, and eventually, hopefully, maybe you get yourself one of those bodies. Again, that is no guarantee. You have to prove yourself worthy. Think of it almost a bit of like reincarnation there, Camda. You could almost say a little bit like Battlestar Galactica style, as in Caprica. So if you've seen the series Caprica, it's almost a little bit closer to that. Except again, getting one of those synthoid bodies is not exactly what you call automatic. Well, they're not quite so not quite as benevolent. Their goal is benevolent. Their means aren't always benevolent. So they fight to prevent other species from going extinct. They don't really. It's not like a big offensive capability. Their ships are, well, let's put it this way: they're really tough to take out. They're extremely tough to take out. And I'm actually working. Well, I'll try to send you the song that tells you about them, Camda. I think I already might have sent you some of the sheets about those guys. Now, here, what I can do is I'm just going to let these have a chance to set here for a second. I'm going to get some of this white paint off of my hands. And what I'll do is I'll actually have, again, this is our little slideshow here that shows some of the different ships. It shows some of the different air wings that are some of the different squadrons we're going to paint. So I'll be right back. There we go. That is better. I only got room for one miniature sitting around here, so let's show this. So again, this will probably either be the Friday or Saturday stream right here. This should be super fun. This again is one of our Siri Republic figures. Set you over there. And again, here's the publication from 1996. There you go. Going back a long, long ways. Okay, now we're going to start to work on some of our shipses here. I believe it might be time for a little bit of mixing, perhaps. Well, let's do some of that. Let me grab... I think just one of these should do it. Hopefully we still got... Yeah, we got that. We got that. Here's some Painsy gray Williamsburg style. And then some of our coal black. And then this is the part of the stream that everybody just craves. Yep, we should just do a 34-hour stream nonstop, just this, nothing else. Maybe not even change the colors. We'll just mix Payne's Gray and Mars Black together for 34 straight hours nonstop. It'll be riveting. People won't be able to take their eyes off of it because they'll just, for the entire time, they'll say there's no way somebody can just continue to just mix paint forever. But we'll prove them wrong, right, Camda? So yeah, Hack and Slash. That's the old publication right there. And of course, there's your. Where's the Tau Taurus here? Let me see if I can find that for you. Or is that earlier or later? 1 second here. Okay, that's probably earlier. Let me find that. Oh, there it is. There it is. So this is this right here, circa 1996. All right, let's start out with the Argus here. It's a little bit too bluish. We need a little bit more of this. That's a little too much Payne's Gray. Hack and Slash, just like all the stuff that you saw at Adepticon and everything, all of that stuff is again from the 90s, from Ren Fair stuff, you name it. Just super cool to see all that stuff kind of take form, take life. There we are. And actually, Heckens, I don't know if you saw the videos there, but I can shoot you a message with the video links there, Heckens Slash. Again, originally it was all supposed to be illustrated novels. That was the whole point. It was going to be the Journeys of the Compass Rose, and it was going to be a whole series of illustrated novels. There was going to actually, I was working on it, Hack and Slash. There's for this anyway. There's a whole strategic map type of a game there, and then there was also a tactical game where obviously you had the ships and you were playing essentially almost a game like a Battlefleet Gothic type of game with the ships, and we actually had a gigantic, oh my gosh, imagine this, Hack and Slash, something like a 4-foot by 2.5-foot paper map that was literally just printed out on regular printer paper. It looked horrible. It was really hard to see a lot of stuff, but that was our play testing map there. Actually, Hack and Slash, one of the people I actually went to high school with and then to the American Academy of Art, he worked at FASA. And he has illustrations in a bunch of illustrations, mostly the black and white ones, in the Shadowrun books. Here we go. Here's the Hellhound. Hellhound getting some pinline washies here. And I think you can kind of see, right, with each faction, the design. All of these are essentially variants on the Triton class, the Tautatis. Get down in there. And of course, here it is. This is the equivalent of the series. We showed the other thing here. This is the. So these are the troop carriers. Again, Seri Republic here. Your Earth class there. And here is the troop transport. So this, you see this guy here? There's 6 of them. 6 of them on this ship. So these things drop off. Kind of high atmosphere, low orbit. And these drop down. And again, that's kind of the equivalent there of your human and Siri ships. Nice to see you there, Valfera. So Valfera, later on, I'll play the, you just missed the well, it's more like a slideshow. Yeah, I kind of got like a slideshow, Valfera, that I made right before the stream. That's another reason this was a little bit later, is I was trying to get that slideshow made. So Valfera, hopefully you survived okay down there, not too much craziness. There we go. Come on, get in there. Some more over here. Not too much with you. There we go. The Triton class going to get itself some of this. So glad that I didn't want you to miss your streak there, Valfera. And again, I didn't want to send you a message and then it would be later. Because I was kind of thinking, well, maybe like 10:45-ish, 10:50, but not so much. Again, trying to get those prints going. The printers have basically been off. Oh, yeah, Valfera. So this is this fun little story here. So I changed the 0.2 nozzle. That's in the bamboo. That's the good news. The not so great news is that it took 4.5-ish hours to do that, because that 0.2 nozzle is stainless steel, and it would not acknowledge that that was in there. It kept saying that there was a 0.4 nozzle in there. I'm like, no. And the reason the 0.2 was in there is because something was wrong with the 0.4, and I don't have any more 0.4 nozzles. And so I was again a micrometer away from just doing a factory reset when I happened to see. I said, "Wait a minute, what is this thing?" And that was the key, because that showed. Oh yeah, okay. The 0.4 nozzle apparently that was in there was a hardened steel, and anything that's 0.2 is going to be stainless steel, which means I got to replace that 0.4 anyway. So I will probably get a stainless steel version of the 0.4. All right, we got that ready to rock and to roll. I'm going to, here, let's grab some of the magenta, some of the red, some of that, and maybe a little bit more of the black here. And let's start getting some of this down in here. Maybe a little bit more of the red. So that actually, well, Valfera, that nozzle is not very old. I don't know what happened to it. Something happened to it. I don't know if it's an interior clog or something like that. But it does not work anymore. So just again, consider this almost a bit like a pre-glaze. It's not quite a pre-glaze, but it is like a pre-glaze. Again, it is not one, but it's sort of one. Here we are. So yeah, this is for the Hellfire Squadron. We'll just let you set like so. Now let us get for our Black Forest hams right here. That's what I'm looking for. Like, where did you go? You were right here. Where are you at? Where are you hiding? Here we are. This is going to be super satisfying. Not that the other ships and everything else weren't satisfying, but again, doing these that I've been waiting. I've been waiting a little while. Been waiting a little while to see these guys in any kind of physical form here. There we are. Again, we'll get our symbols over. That's a nice place to have those. Now these were just printed out on the just get my reference. There we go. These were just printed out on real simple, like on the old Anycubics. Eventually, I will be, doing some test prints on the Saturn with these two. Am I gonna? I'm gonna try that. I just did a little bit of the. There, it's kind of a warmer gray now. It's a bit of a warmer gray. Of course, and Hack and Slash, if you wanted to share stuff again, it's been a little while since you last shared it. If you want to share that fabulous Hangry Games stuff one more time, I think people really going to get a kick out of that. Nope. Let me swing this around. And you think this is light. This is like a value 5 or something. It wouldn't even be in the light middle tone category. It's barely in the middle tone category. That's how dark that actually is. A little bit more dear, a little more dear. Now, how's we doing on the Argus here? Do we leave? You know what? I do got me some sponges. I got sponges here. I'm gonna cut me up a couple of these guys. Camden, I swear, both of those printers are broken. Like multiple parts of those printers are broken, and they're just like, what? Who cares? They are infinitely more rugged than, I mean, like, the Saturns are like a wet paper towel, and those Mono X things, they're like concrete. It's unbelievable. I mean, both of them, if you were to look at the build plates, you would see chisel marks and concrete marks from when each one of them that this weird thing where it basically printed out a giant chunk of resin. The whole tank of resin just was hardened, and that was obviously fused to the build plate. And I took it outside with a hammer and an old rusted metal chisel and chiseled that off of there. And both of those plates are still. That's what I'm using. Everybody, check out the Instagram link. The link there that Hack and Slash Minis just shared. And one of them, you'll love this. When you pull out the vat, the screen comes with it because there's no tape on it. There's there's literally no tape on it. So there's a little bit of suction that comes up. Yeah, that's the kind of conditions these things are in, and they can print anything in any temperature. So yeah, Cam did. Each one of the printers did that. So each one of the build plates has the same distinctive concrete and chisel marks on it. And that's what killed me, Velfera. You know, when people are like, "Well, maybe that's Saturn III. Maybe the build plate is warped or something." I'm like, "Are you kidding me? That's a brand new build plate. These things were taken out with a hammer and a chisel on concrete, and they're fine." That points to me in a quality of workmanship or something like that that's not quite there. I don't know how you would phrase it. One is like a sable brush, right? A dainty little sable brush, and then let's see, where's something that's nice and destroyed here? Yeah, it's more like this with the glue, right, and the paint and everything, and the now some of it has UV resin glued onto it. It's insane. Geez, Atkins, that is absolutely bonkers. So I'm glad we did a little bit, just a little hint here of sort of like a pre-glaze, not really a pre-glaze. Where's that? Ah, here it is. Just going to get me rid of some of a little bit of the excess there. Get rid of some of you. Still a little too shiny on the Argus here. Actually, Velfer, I'm pretty sure I sent you pictures of like the different squadron markings and stuff, and some of the different. Oh, we didn't ever get the bottom part of this here. Let's get that. Let's get that ventral area. Here's our Black Forest hams again. Another round of lighter stuff, but with a smaller one of these guys, or at least a softer one of these guys. Also, let's go and put this back out here. Where'd you go? Where are you hiding? You're in here somewhere. I need somewhere that. I mean, the resolution, there is no doubt, 12K and all that, there's no doubt that the resolution is way better. But they are fragile. Yes, they are definitely, they should all be marked fragile. Dainty little things. Let me try, there we go. That side. Here. This side. Little touch of it down there. Now there was no glazy stuff on here, so I can at least get some of the glowy stuff in the engines there. Not with that thing. Let's try this one here. Yeah, Hack and Slash, I know Grant Oracle, he's got at least one Haygears. And of course, there's that new thing, right? There's the new Haygears printer. Let me take a little look-see here at our engine glow. Okay, we're going to go with that then. All right. Ooh. That reminds me then. Oh, here it is. Like, where'd that stuff go? I need this. I needs this. Out you go. Some of you. A little more of you. I think we got it now. And we'll just we'll kind of break this down. Oh, not that much thinner. Break this down a little bit here. And in we go. Get in there. Hack and slash, that is the thing. That second part, or the last part, whatever of that is the part that I'm interested in. It could print it in everything in nothing but pink and orange polka dots for all I care. That's all I'm interested in is that water soluble supports their hack and slash, because that would make printing out these a little bit less miserable. Yeah, water soluble supports on this here would be super fantastic. I'll take that. Now, actually, all kidding aside, there, hack and slash, if yes, okay, it's got that full color, all that kind of stuff, but if you just don't bother with that, and you just, because if you just use one color of resin, you reduce the cost of operation significantly, right? But you get the benefit of the main thing, which is the water soluble supports. So I'm 100% in on that. I am 100% in. I'll never use anything except one color resin. I don't care. Doesn't matter to me what the color is. I just want me them water soluble support disintegration thing. That's what I want. Now that one's got a little bit of the glazy stuff in there, so I'm gonna wait on you for just a sec, Ola. How about you? I think we can get away with that here if I do this. A little more of the thinner. Break it down some more. Come on. Just taking our fluorescent blue, mixing it with some of the white here. I don't know if that's going to work. It might just be too glazy down in there. Yeah, I'm just going to have to wait on you. Probably the same thing here, but we'll see. Bam. What about our Triton? Oh boy, the slash, if you could do a little bit of corporate espionage there and take some pictures or something like that and say, hey, check this out. You might be interested in this. I'm game for that. It would be like Green Fairy Studios. Yeah, when Green Fairy Studios went to the Gamlin factory and tried to find out, remember that, Valfair, the magic behind the radiant colors? And, well, they almost dragged him away. Yeah, they almost accused him of corporate espionage. They said, we can tell you what's in there, but you're never leaving this building. Well, not alive or in one piece. Alright, so we got our engine, starting to get the engine glow in there. This here, I think we're just going to, well, there's a few we could do. We could do a couple of these at least. I think, well, the radiant coat, who knows? Maybe there's geraniums in them or something like that. Well, radiant green we know is made of people, right, Artemico? Radiant green is made from people. I think maybe radiant violet, maybe that's made out of hobbits. I don't know, especially the hasty ones. Take this over here. What happens if we go more, well, less thinner, just straight up? I'm just going to slam a whole bunch of paint in. Let me see what happens with this. Well, that worked. I shall try it again. Well, that sort of worked. Okay, then I'm just going to do that in these. Like you do. Yeah, that would be that would not be uninteresting. I'll tell you that. Hack and slash. Yeah, that would be an interesting little look-see right there. Now, just this, you're just a more of the floral blue gonna go around here. More around there. I mean, again, nothing super complicated. Now we got some more white out here. We're gonna take some of this. This is gonna again be more like our Triton class here. A little bit of panel lineage gonna happen there. Where are we at with the, here it is. Yeah, hack and slash. Well, I mean, between the game and everything else, right? There's been a wee bit of a distraction away from the campaign there. It's a different kind of campaign fighting now, right? Okay, that's cockpit there. We'll get some of our light up into this area here. Yeah, this baby is loaded down with DACA. Lots of DACA on this. Where's that again? This is the Siri Republic equivalent, and actually right now the Woden equivalent of these two craft. That's one of the that's printing out. Also the equivalent of this, which is here's our Black Forest ham. So that's this and this one right here. The Woden equivalent of that is printing out, and the troop carrier. One of these is also printing out. Yeah, I've been definitely looking forward to painting these for weeks now. It's pretty fun to finally get a chance to hit these. And then it'll be even more fun to get a chance to do these in the different squadron color schemes. So I'm going to be printing out yet another batch of these. The Argus, I don't think I'll be printing out a second one of the Argus. Probably won't be printing out another Mastiff. But I'll be printing out another one of our electronic warfare craft too. There we go. This. So there's still quite a bit of our glazy stuff on here. We're just kind of working through all that. It does help. That gives us a little bit extra shading and such. Look at that. See, it's basically mixing with our color here, so we just automatically get ourselves some shading there. Get in there. Tail. Like so. And again, we'll put our we'll have these guys be one of the afterburns. Still some glazy stuff here that we're gonna see. You get the as just mixing with what we're putting on here. It's kind of how it rolls. Now we're gonna leave you alone. We'll do the Mastiff maybe. Yeah, I think the Mastiff is dry enough. I'm just getting my reference for that. Yeah, this is sort of a rescue slash medical craft right here. Kind of evac. Think of it as evac. That goes right up here. Again, I'm just looking at my reference here. Get that lighter stuff on this dorsal. More light on that part of the dorsal. Maybe not quite that much there. It's going to go all the way back here. All the way up to there. Now I'm just going to hit this whole dorsal section, and then we'll come back with our darker stuff again later. I think that's probably the best plan. Nah, not too much thinner. Do too much thinner, I'm going to be able to do a whole bunch of dry brushing with that. Another couple sets of lighter tones here. That cowling also going to be black. There's going to be some more of that here too, but just easier, I think, for now, just to do this whole surface. You can see it's still mixing. It is still mixing this. Look at that. See, there's darker stuff there for it to mix with. That goes right about to there. Okay. More of our later stuff. Let me get a little bit of this. Throw a little bit of you in there. Again, taking our nasty little one happy choice brushes, turning those into micro filbert brushes. Micro filberts for the win. Down you go. There we are. Same over here. And I want to let this also have a chance to just kind of set and chill out. I believe we're going to move over super quick to the Argus class. Again, think of it like an AWACS. Where's that guy hiding? There he is. There he is. That's still very glazy there. Fine. We'll do that then. Doesn't matter. We're mostly doing this with our lighter tone here. All around there. And if it's still not ready for that, let's see, we can still do this. At least in some parts we can. Yeah, this is not white. It's got actually a few different colors in it. That cowling gets a little bit of the white there. Hacken slash, I think it would be one way to be able to really knock through a lot of the, a whole bunch of the Hangry Games figures. You could knock through a whole, there you go, you could knock through a whole franchise there, hack slash, in no time flat. Boom, just right through a franchise. Does that? Yep, that does get our light there as well. Alright, so we'll be coming back into this with our darks again. is it here? Do it stops right here with our light right there. And if you some of this think almost a little bit like a space shuttle re-entry tile kind of thing. That's why maybe some of it has the darker coloration, especially on the again on those ventral portions, because well, that's if you're going to enter an atmosphere, right? That's pretty much what's gonna. It's almost like a heat shield there. Let me mark in this. Ah, so I'm like, where's my Triton class? And again, this was the very first of all of our Compass Rose ships that we painted, right there. Well, and of course, depending on what kind of dietary restrictions you may or may not have, you eat a certain type of food, maybe that provides a little more ammunition, so to speak. There, yeah, maybe just a bit more ammunition. Yeah, let's make this later too. Not even gonna bother back there if that's gonna be like that. Bingo, it's some of our light there. Let's hit, yeah, we'll do you too. Not that, not there. Well, looky there, it's almost like we got ourselves an eraser. That's the fabulous thing about the oils. It's kind of like, whoop, that did not go the way it was supposed to. It's like, whatever. We'll just get rid of it and we will try it again. So we are now 1 hour 43 minutes in. Now we've got ourselves a whole passel of ships here that we're working on. What is it? 2, 4, 6, 7 of them? I do believe that's a bit of a record for a Compass Rose ships anyhow, for simultaneous painting. Down you go. Similar thing on this side. Again, letting that just mix, whatever. Don't care. Not too much. Okay, that might have been a little more thinner than I wanted. I guess it's okay. I guess we'll go with that. Once again, blending brush. Gone. All gone, no problem. So that'll be more of the black. Where are we at with this? We'll kind of keep going with that same sort of a cockpit color, like a darkened phthalo green-ish type of stuff. Maybe a teensy bit old dry brush and just a little bit of that. Yeah, let me get the. All right, fine. A little bit of thinner. Actually, Hackins slash. Now, do you have any of the Paul Rubens? Because those have been really huge. I mean, the Alkids have been very cool, but especially those Paul Rubens Alkids have been very, very nifty. A carries down under there. A little later there. And actually, one of these is shown in one of our videos. It's the very first one. It's all about the Exodus, the second Exodus. And you see some of the troops loading up in one of these. All right, now let me scroll on down to this one right here. This is the Spectre Electronic Warfare Craft. Yeah, you do. Okay, you do come down from there. Like so. Just aft of the cockpit. Now, of course, scale-wise, these are not. They're not being printed out to the same scale as the warships are. Just to throw that out there right now. Because if they were printed out to the same scale as the warships, they would be less than that little dot right there. That wouldn't really make for very interesting visuals, like at all. So yeah, we're for practical sake printing these out much larger than they normally would be. So that would be the fabulous Paul Rubens paint. The nifty thing about these, again, Alkids, also they are available on Amazon. So anybody can get these anywhere, anytime. I do suggest that the time you get these, though, is like, say, a Prime Day sale like we just had, because you get 36 of them, or was it 38? I think it's 38 of them for $63. And those, again, are 50 mil tubes. And that's what we're using mostly here is the Paul Rubens Alkids. That is mostly what we're using here. Oh, that extends to back here. Up through here. Is nice. And then another set back here. Now the Winsor Newton Alkids, I actually really like those too. They're not quite so inexpensive, but yeah, that's the Griffin Alkids right there, the Indian yellow, and a whole bunch of other ones. It is going to be the case that you're not going to have quite the same amount overall of colors in the Alkids as opposed to the regular oil paints. That's just kind of how it goes. Where are we at with this? Here it is. Yeah, that needs to be lighter anyways. Actually, I'm going to take that away from there. Get yourself down in there. Okay. Unless, no, actually I'm going to change that to over here. Where is it? There it is. And now this also later. Goes like so. Yeah, we're just kind of trying to figure out what it is this is supposed to look like here. Just working our way through all of these, kind of just blocking in colors, shapes, shadows, that sort of thing. I think I might start blocking in some of the cockpit colors as well. You know what? I'm going to go like this here. Whoops, not there. there. Up here. That comes down this way. Where are we at here? Ah, there we are. Now, hack and slash. I'm guessing with all the stuff that you gotta do, you probably just have no time for doing streaming stuff. But again, if you do or anything like that, and you wanna, because I'm guessing maybe live streaming the game. Actually, oh yeah, that's it. The hack and slash. Ultimately, we'll be live streaming games of the Cyberthuria universe and also the this right here, a Compass Rose universe. Ah, there we are. Like, that needs to be a bit lighter. That needs to come out this way. And there's another bit right in here. Which way? Okay, this way, and then sweeps back. Like so. Yeah, okay, that's got to go all the way back here. All the way back that way. Same with you. So sorry, sorry that you're not able to really do the stream stuff on that. Again, I'm really looking forward to being able to again stream the Cyberthuria stuff. And of course, we've been going full on with all of our. We even have, again, some Siri humor right there. There's some stuff for your Jolerans right there. And let me see, we have them. There it is. There's our Compass Rose universe, and I thought I had them in here, but I don't know. I guess the stickers are still in the other room. All right, I'm gonna take. Oh, phthalo green would be handy to have out here if we want to do that. So we're just gonna get a little bit of this here. Also, some of the Windsor Newton. Just grab a touch of that blue in there. Okay. So that's some of the paints. Well, indigo. It's phthalo indigo. There you go. Phthalo indigo to get the initial stuff on our different cockpits here. To the Hellhound. Argus. A little more indigo into that. There we go. Maybe even a little more thinner into that. I might come back with some of the darker stuff here on the Argus. After we do all this initial coloration here of the cockpit areas, we're going to come back with the darker stuff on that. Yeah, I think we need to do that here. Let's get cockpit area on this guy. Down here. Is nice. Oh, I think I might be able to start at least getting some. Yeah, let's do a little bit of a red over the top of some of this too. Another. There we go. Where's my troop transport here? So yeah, this is the official version of it, whereas the other one that I painted, that was literally a test sculpt, test print. And yes, eventually all these will be made available to folks, but not until all the testing is complete. That's just how it goes. More windows there. Part of that canopy. And I believe that is everybody's. Yeah. So I'm still waiting on that other guy to chill out a little bit here. Let me take this. Running a little shy on paper towels here. Get all that stuff smushed out of there. Ah, here we are. So we're just using the Windsor red here. Nothing terribly special. Ah, there we are. Changes up that bad boy real nice, like, don't it? Actually, let me get my reference for that too. That is an earlier image. Oh, nope, that's not it. There it is. It's like, I know that image is somewhere here. And again, we'll be doing all the different squadrons. At least a dozen of them. Maybe not the entire air wing, but a goodly portion of it for sure. And this will probably be the only one of our species or whatever that I'll be doing different squadrons like this. We'll see it. They might do that with other species too. There we are. Get this side. Just a little bit of hint of dry brushy stuff there. I do believe I'm hearing fireworks again. Get some of our red on the tail here, tail there. And then we're just going to have to leave that. Just going to have to... Boy, that's very... It's very different from our Black Forest hams there. Which one? Oh, there it is. There it is. Now again, we're going to try to get some of the darker stuff here on our Argus. Let me just, whoops, I think I already scrolled on past. There's the Argus. I'm even going to get me a little bit of the umber into that. Actually, I like the idea. Here, let me do a little changeola on this. Won't be able to really get down to this, so we're just going to have to try something different for that. We'll try something a little different for that then. But not now. That will be later. Let's get this dark going here. We know we need that. Just going to do the stuff that I know I need there. That is also darker right there. So again, there's a bunch of still a decent amount of some of the thinner here from when we were doing our sort of pre-glaze-esque type stuff. A whole bunch of dark in here. Same over there. Up here on this top edge. Oh, also to the cowling there, get some. And I believe there's another one right in here. Yeah, this is also thicker. That's going to get some of our dark. That's going to get some of our dark. I believe we got some, that kind of a shape right there. Yep, because then it comes down and over this. Again, get the cowling right around this. This also dark here. Tail. Also dark. Or vertical stabilizer, sorry, let's do that. A whole bunch of that is also going to be dark back here. So we'll just darken you up straight away here. Darken the aft portion of this. Come on. There we are. And now that's going to come down into each of these. Another one right here. Oops, that's a little thicker than we wanted that one to be. Okay, another quick little dry brush step. Now maybe we get some of our lighter stuff under here. Let me see again. Just kind of waiting for some of this stuff to not dry, but set so that it's a little easier to do this. That's what we're working on. 7 of these, 7 of them all at once. Basically 1 of each type of craft, and then 2 of the Tautata's fighters, because I wanted at least to have a chance to say, okay, what would some of the different squadrons look like? And next Armada Monday, we'll either be painting up a whole bunch of squadrons. I was kind of wanting to do that as a tutorial video. So that might be something that we're doing. I don't know if that would be an army painting series, but that was something I also had considered as an army painting series. Let me work that down into. There we go. Now this also needs to be, well, you can see there's a wee bit of thinner in there still. There is still some thinner to be had back there. I mean, not a big deal. That goes over the top, but I'm going to say it does. Cut some of that away too. And just get some more of this later stuff here. There we go. Also get a little bit thicker, a little bit less thinner in these applications now. Yeah, let's hit that too. Yeah, back. No. That is way too dark. We're gonna go a little later than that. I'm gonna go this way with the brush then. Over we go. And of course, oh yeah, our fishies. Yes, our fishing ships. Those guys. Remember, that's gonna have. We're gonna be using the interference colors on those. I might even experiment with mixing my own interference colors. We would have like interference. I don't think we could have interference cobalt teal, but we could have interference phthalo green. We could have interference pearline black. We could have interference ultramarine. Making all the interference colors, which most folks generally, when that's what they're talking about. Uh, those color shifting colors. They're talking about the interference colors. Yeah, that's okay. Now I think now we're gonna pretty much just have to leave this alone here for a bit. We got a bunch of paint sitting on there already. Let me do some stuff on the Mastiff here. I think now we can do a little bit more of our later stuff on this as well. It's had a chance to set here for a bit. That will come down at a first or second window of the cockpit there. You can see as we do this now, there's a little bit less of the blending that happens. There's still some blending that happens. But now that paint's starting to set a little bit, so we're not quite getting as much as maybe we were before. Some of this, not too much thinner in that. Some of this is lighter up here. Angle that. Let me see if we can angle this baby. Yes, we can. I'll angle that. I mean, some of this almost becomes like de facto withering type stuff or whatever's. Yeah, this side too. That, I don't think that goes there. Well, look at that. We're just gonna take it, wipe it away. It's all fine. All good. I think I like the idea of that being more the dark there. Yeah, we won't mess with that too much. Yeah, let's work this in. Let me do a little bit more of this here. Oh, is it set enough? I think it's set almost enough. Let's do that. Let's do some of this. Kind of that warmer dark gray. Let's just start throwing some of this in here because we could use some. You know what? I'm gonna get both of those covered up here, I think. Then that also is darker. You know what? I'm going to throw a little bit of dark over those parts of the canopy. Where's my other cowling here? Got to get darker with that. Same on that wing. Good. Around this. Repeat that here. And now here is, yeah, that continues further back with this, with the darker stuff here. I think, oh yeah, there is some of that dark on that leading edge of this. And that comes down. I'm going to try and maybe get a little bit of engine glow there. We haven't been able to do that in a while. No, that should be lighter. Okay, well, fine. Fine, we'll get that covered up. That should also be dark. Okay. And then, you know what? I'm going to make this darker too. Where are we at with the other set? There we are. Nose. Nose. That should be there. Bring that down a little. Let me see if we can't get some a little bit later in the cockpit windows. Nice to see you there, Lou. So Lou, yeah, we've got we have one or two ships that we're working on here. Well, these are all the battlecraft. Look at that. Nice little collection there, Lou. Just a little bit of a collection. Now, let me do same thing here on our Hellhound. So, Lou, I hope that your Tuesday is off to a fantabulous start. Hopefully everybody is having a fantabulous Tuesday. After, I mean, it's been tumultuous for a whole bunch of folks, weather-wise and everything else. And here's hoping that for everybody, it gets a little less with the tumultuous stuff there. We did our spacescapes on the bases, of course, like we always do. Come on, get down. There we go. So when some of these details start to take shape, you can kind of see what it is that we're after here with some of our battlecraft designs. Oh, that should be later too. Okay, fine, we can do that. That going to get darker too, just like this one over there. Dark on all of the engine cowlings. Yeah, that's basically a mix over there of the Mars Black and the burnt umber. I mean, we could just get our Van Dyke Brown out here, but you know what the heck? There is no, at least as far as I have been able to see, there is no specific Van Dyke Brown elk kit. I have not seen that. When I do, we'll try to grab some and see if it actually really is Van Dyke Brown or if it's just burnt umber. Because if that's the case, we'll just do what we're doing now, and we'll take the burnt umber and we'll take the Mars Black, just mix them together. Okay, there's the back edge of the wings here. I would like to hear that. Let me just get some of this later stuff. Where I know I needs it. Like there. And then, oops, is there. And now same deal. Over, whoops, over here. Once again, there we are. I want, yeah, let's do the Spectre here with the darker stuff. We'll have to do him next. Because we got the later gray in it. Let me get some of this dirt. Whoops, a little bit extra thinner in there. Oh my goodness, we don't need that much. I don't need that much. Yeah, that's gonna go this way. Get rid of some of the lighter gray we were experimenting with in some of these areas. Now look at this. We're getting mighty close to a Cinco Dos. I was thinking we were still closer to a Cinco Uno, but no, we're on our way to a Cinco Dos. How far does this extend down here? Well, if anything, just gonna try and sharpen the edge here too. Now, a little more of the paint there. We don't quite have. Yeah, there we are. Reinforce some of this. Now again, it's not supposed to be super dark, not super duper duper dark. Back over this. And then up. Yep, we didn't do any other there. Dark. Yep, up there. And we'll do that up here as well. Come on, more this dark. And then, we'll probably get some of our lighter gray under there too, but I think we've got to do that on this, the Triton class here before we go back to those. Change this up a little. Or a lot, I mean, either way. How you might see it. There we are. Let's get that along the edges of the wings. Is that gonna be a weird tangent there? Not sold on that. Well, it's early. It's early. Yeah, we don't have to decide right now. I will darken you up a little bit, maybe there. How far do we go with that? I think we went right to about there. Okay. More of the dark down in there. Yeah, let me trace this line up this way here. Ooh, that's got to be darker. I'm gonna let me do the door here as well. That one, oof. Let's come back with our lighter stuff there too. Cowling's darker. That's a little too glazy. Little less of the glazy. Just trying to darken everything back in here in these cowlings. And then we'll be able to come back with our later stuff too at a certain point here. So me also don't need that blue text sitting there. That was when we were doing our mixing. That's just kind of in the way now. Well, I think we'll have to come back with some of our light on that side for sure. Speaking of which, let me retry a little something here with our light. Not too much thinner though. Not too much thinner. Trying to turn this little guy into a, I mean that is a micro filbert brush right there. If I ever saw one, that is a micro filbert. To make you a little lighter. Push that back a little further. That might work, right? Acid Burn, how you doing? Great to see you there, Acid Burn. So Acid Burn, if you want to post some stuffs in the chat. Hopefully you've had a chance to work on some things. Hopefully weather stuff has not been too crazy for you. Well, it certainly has been here, and I think it has been for a whole bunch of folks. So hoping that everybody's making through all the weather stuff okay. Now, Acid Burn, were you lurking early enough that you got a chance to see the little presentation, little slideshow of our Terra Force battlecraft here? Just let me know, because I can play that again. I try to play it every so often. You know, I'm gonna take that out, and I'm gonna leave that in place. So that's the little decision we're making here. I guess I need more thinner than that. Gee whiz. Okay. Oh, that's good. No problem there. Let me just do this last little bit there, Acid. Let me do this one little connector piece here. Yeah, I like that better. Okay, now that matches the other side. Okay. So you'll recognize, hopefully, some of these ships here again in our little presentation here. AC Dragon, how you doing? So this is the hangar bay of the Compass Rose. Now we're going to get into some of the squadrons. We're painting a couple of them here, Hellfire and the Black Forest Hams. There's their ready room. There's even a little Buck Polar's action figure in there. There is the Black Forest Tautatus Interceptor. Now we got the Hellfire. We're painting both of these squads tonight, and we'll be painting a whole bunch more squads as we go along. Of course, pilots, they got to have some gear. There is their gear. Also, air crew, they need to have gear. There is their gear. Now we're going to get into some of the ships. Again, that's kind of what your Black Forest ships look like in their hangar bay. Got the crew working on them. Now we're going to get to some of the battlecraft sheets. There's your heavily armed Hellhound. And again, every species kind of has equivalents of these. There's the Argus. So think of it like an AWACS right there. And that's one of the ships we're working on tonight. Now we're getting to the Mastiff. So it's kind of a rescue, kind of a support type of craft. Basically, it's a trimmed down version of the Triton class. And then this is the final ship that we got in our little slideshow here. That is the electronic warfare craft. That is the Spectre, which would be this guy right here. That is this guy right here that we're working on. Again, there's your Hellhound, and here's our pair of Tautatus craft Triton. You've seen this. Let me move this thing out of the way here. So you have seen this multiple times, and by multiple times I mean like multiple times. Where's our painting of that thing? That's sitting around here somewhere. There it is. So again, there's our Triton class. Now let me move you over here. Yeah, there's nothing else on that, and of course, they're all on a carrier like this one right here. Again, that is your Terra Force ships there. And I don't know if you saw this, but again, this is we've been doing. Where's our bust? There's the bust. I actually have another one of the Seri Republic figures printed out. I've got another one printing out as we are streaming here. So I believe that's what we'll probably be getting to later this week on our, say, Friday, Saturday streams. Will be some of that. All right, let me try this again here now. Get some of our lighter green happening here. There we are. It's like, where'd my phthalo green go? Breaking this down here. A little more phthalo green. So Valfair, hopefully you're kind of mending a little bit more. I know it's been a long time, but hopefully things maybe kind of slowly, ever so slowly, but surely getting better. Sea Dragon, yes, count yourself. Very fortunate that did not happen for you there, because it has not been glorious. That's for sure. It has been absolutely bonkers with the tornadoes, floods, pretty much. Maybe at some point there's going to be some frogs that show up, right, Valfera? Wouldn't be surprised. Well, there's lots of mosquito. Well, I'll tell you that, yes. That's something that folks might want to give where you've had, the 1,700 inches of rain when there should be like 4. Just realize that there's going to be lots of skeeters flying around and any kind of standing water, whether it's a puddle or whether it's just like on top of your garbage can or something like that. Let's say it's not in the, it's been a little bit beat up or something like that, and the lid maybe collects water in it or something like that. Nah, you wouldn't believe, it wouldn't take skeeters very long to start making more skeeters in a situation like that. So get every bit of standing water. That's going to get you some more skeeters. Wouldn't be surprised if cities are going to have to start doing that fogging thing where they go, well, here they would go through the alleys. I'm guessing in suburbs they're just going to like roll right down the street like an ice cream truck or something. That would be interesting. Because apparently, no alleys out in the suburbs. That was always the weirdest thing, Valfair, as I'd be out in the suburbs and I'd see people putting garbage out in front of their house, and I was thinking, you're not supposed to do that. Why is that garbage sitting there in front of the house? More of our, again, a little bit of the lighter green here. We'll go a bit lighter too, but now you can kind of see how that separates from some of the markings there. Let me work this in here. Not back there. No stuff there. I will, however, maybe use a little bit of the magenta to tone this down a bit. Just gonna throw this out here super quick just so we don't forget. We'll be working that out some more later. Here's our electronic warfare. Let's go back to our green here. And if it's too light in some places, we'll just, well, we can always chuck a little bit of a glazy thing on it, tone that baby down. Just gonna keep moving on along here. We've got this, and then our two Tautatis that we'll do. So we have Velfair. Sorry that this was a little bit later. It was, I wanted to make sure I had that slideshow. I think it's super helpful having that, because it was really helpful when I was doing the other Terra Force ships, having that presentation there, little slideshow. The nice thing is it doesn't have any audio to it. There's no animation to it. So even this machine can, I think that was something like 1:47 long or whatever it was, maybe 1:50. So something that's short like that, even this machine can crank through it. Yeah, let me get this going up here. More of that, and then we'll have one more up here. Good enough. Now these guys. Away we go. Here. Nice. So we'll be coming back to lighten these things up, and maybe some ports even getting a little bit darker. Where's our Black Forest? Squadron. Here. How are we looking with our... Yeah, look at that. We could maybe even start putting some lighter engine glows there. We could do that soon. This here. And ready to rock. Now on this guy, we gotta put our other markings. Let me see. Am I going the right direction? Nope, I gotta scroll the other way to get to that reference. Got it. I'm gonna use maybe this guy for it. Again, that warmer dark here. Same on this side. Whoops, too much dinner. Take some of that away. Okay, we'll just roll with that for right now. Here we are. Boom. Actually, I was thinking of another squadron there, Valfera. Remember in the First World War, so I think it was called the Escadrille? I believe that was one of the more famous of the World War I squadrons there. Yeah. Let's hit these like a so. Cowling there. Yeah, and then the rest, I think we'll just go with the red on that. We might be able to sneaky a little bit more of a red too on certain parts of the fuselage here. Yep, that's going to be also our dark here. Oops, no, not there. That's going to be darker. That's going to be darker. This is going to be darker. Make you darker too. I think, okay, I'm going to do the... We'll do dark around these canopies here. I was thinking something else, but maybe I'm just going to see what this here looks like. Nah, let's leave that to the red then. So we'll change that back. I think that'll be better. I'm on the side there with our black. I'm gonna... Why not? Why not do that? If I want to change it back to red, I can do that. I'm just going to roll with this for right now. I was kind of thinking about that early on anyways. Sneak some more of this dark right in there. Okay. To the red we go. Where's it? There it is. We'll just stick with the red for right now. Not gonna add any yellows or even like our... Sometimes... I'm gonna maybe add a little bit here. Okay, so let's get some of this yellow into that red. Not a ton. It makes it lighter without causing the pinkies there. We don't want it to look pink. Lighter red in here for sure. Okay, maybe a little touch of thinner there. Does that come down here? Yeah, we'll see it comes all the way down there. See, our red starts to intensify a little bit as we do this. Fine, let me scare up some more of that right here. Another little batch over on that side. So now we're starting to kind of build up the faces here, and then, well, there will be panel lineage. There will be panel lines. We're only 2 hours, 40 minutes in anyways. We got ourselves a ways to roll here. Yeah, let me dive in down here with some of this red. That is still mixing with some of the original glazy stuff that we did. It is still mixing there. Because, we can do that. Let's get a little bit more of this toasty red up on our vertical. stabilizers here. That side. So the original configuration of this in my drawing was a V shape. This was just a whole lot easier to print. So I kind of went with this shape instead of the other one that you see in the drawings. It was just more stable. Boy, that maybe is a little more of the yellow than I wanted in there, but that's okay. No, that worked out fine. That worked out okay. That's alright. Me, there we are. I'm gonna get some more of that light on top of there. Lighten you up some more now towards the cockpit area. There we are. We need to really lighten this up a bunch. Canopy frame gets a little bit more of that. So I'm changing this kind of back more to what my original artwork was like as far as the color scheme goes. Is nice. More there. We need to get some of our red around. Those sensors right there, so I kind of see it. Sensors and weapons base. And then what we'll do is we'll set this off to the side because, well, we want to give that a chance to set. Now here with our Black Forest squadron here. We're actually going to go darker in some places. Been doing the lighter on this, and now we're going to do so much darker stuff. Sticking with that much warmer, so not going so much with, well, I'm going to maybe throw a little bit of the Painsy Gray in there. And we're going to start to darken up some of the same areas that were darker on the other squadron. Taught us there. Yeah, we'll darken again some of the same areas that are really dark on the other one will be really dark here. And we'll kind of repeat that through a number of the other squadrons. Poof, and let us do maybe a little bit of that on the cowlings here. Again, I might try to also, I think after this, might see if how's our other ships doing. Maybe we'll be able to get so much later stuff in our engine glow. We don't want to forget about that. Now this is where we're going to go more with the Payne's Gray / Indigo, and that is much more of a dry brush there. Because after that dry brush, then we can actually wet blend it. Yes, we're going to wet blend a dry brush. We shall maybe do that with this here. It's actually got a little bit of our blue on it from our bases. Kind of drag that along. Alrighty. I will take some of this, and we'll let that mix with some of our blue here. So trying to, okay, that's still a little bit on the darker side. I'm going to grab some of this, again, this sky blue here. There we are. No, no, no. Now for some of, to lighten that up with our not radiant, radiant violet. Also just kind of created a warmer gray now. This kind of cleans up some of the brush strokes to it. Not quite so ragged anymore. Get that out here. I mean, all we added there initially was just kind of a whole bunch of the dry brush there. Alright. Same on this. Now a little bit lighter. More of this, again, some of the lighter coat on the dorsal section here. Now, one of the things that came to, I thought for sure, we were talking about this, is when you're not streaming, having some kind of a video playing on a loop. Apparently, Streamlabs will not let you do that. I have to kind of look into that because I thought for sure that worked. You can have some kind of video playing, not just like when you're about to stream and you have some little animation that says stream starting soon. I've said, that's fine. Okay, whatever with that. I'm not for sure when you weren't streaming all those however many hours, you could have some sort of a video playing. Apparently not. I thought for sure that you could, but I guess not. There, yeah, okay, and now a little more of this later stuff. Right along the edge of that. Some more of the violet there. Hey there, Vite, how you doing? Yeah, Vite, because, well, I already have 3 videos that I can combine together, plus these slideshows. So yeah, Vite, eventually there might be like 15, 20 minutes worth of, the different videos and stuff. Again, kind of featuring our different civs. I've already done 3 of them. I will be working on the 4th one. I've been working on it. I've been doing all the animations. All those animations now are going to get kind of brought together, kind of like our slidey show was here. Alright, that's going to go off to the side. Whoops. Let me get back to the hell. Whoops, I went past it. We need some of the later stuff here. We got all this dark stuff now. Let's go a little bit lighter in some of these areas here. So Vite, if you want to share anything in the chat, stuff, hopefully you've had a chance to maybe work on some things, do some stuff. And if you want to share any of that, just please go ahead and do so. Instos, Discords, all that stuff. Smidgy bit of light there. Kind of a mid-tony type thing going on. Yeah, okay, we did the other side. Let's do that side then. But yeah, there's still some of the glaze stuff sitting there. So I think in some ways this is a little bit kind of A10-ish right here. Think of it as an A10 with more stuff. Hopefully, I think you were saying, right, Vita, that you kind of have an area, a painting area slated out in the new place, the new chateau. And here's hoping that the new painting digs work really well for you, and that there'll be an improvement on the last painting area. Let's put it over this way so we can get the proper angle on this. That's better. All right. Where's an? Oops. I guess I'm over here with this. The tails. Yeah, let's get these a little later. Yeah, we'll just have that go all the way up there. I think that will be easier because we did that on this tail. So I'll keep that doing the same thing. Well, that is gonna be quite the luxurious digs there. Vite, very luxurious digs. Did I? Fine. I'll get a little thinner on that. I wasn't really wanting to do that, but okay, that carries up a little further now. Hey there, Recoil. How you doing? Hopefully, no new adventures. Do we want to call them adventures or just misadventures? Hopefully, no new stuff there. Now, hopefully, Squeak also is on the upside there, because I think this is what maybe day 4-ish of the medicines there. Recoil. Okay, could be maybe only day 3 of those. But no matter how many days, here's hoping that they're working. Yeah, let's roll this way. So Rico, you, you didn't hear about the misadventure with the trying to put in the .2 nozzle on the bamboo. Apparently, the .2 nozzle was stainless steel, which essentially made it invisible to the. Who knows that stainless steel was invisible? But yeah, it did not recognize it because it was looking for a hardened steel, not stainless steel. And well, that 4.5 hours later, that's when it was finally figured out. Fortunately, it was figured out right before the nuclear option was about to be used, and that would be factory settings. That would have been several hours more of more work trying to restore all that stuff that would get blown away. So fortunately, that didn't happen. Again, that would have been a little bit of a sad right there. So glad that the Squeak is well, probably demanding the usual special foods be made. I mean, because that would be Squeak's role, right? Recoil to start to demand the special foods again. Like, what's going on there? Why don't I have my favorite foods and stuff? There we are. Let's bring out a little bit more of this later stuff over here on those surfaces. I might try to send you a few of the video clips there from the Syria Republic vid. There's some pretty nifty ones. Yeah, I could see that recoil. Oh, it was definitely not going to be a bueno option to take. That is for sure. Okay, now let me stroll on over to this, and we'll hit this with our dark again. Whoops. On that, there we are. There it is. Okay. Let's go a little bit lighter here. Might even almost start thinking about some panel lineage here. Well, at least on some of these. Well, that's kind of the good thing, right? And that's when you know that things are on the upswing. When they are going to be more cheeky. Not too much thinner on this. Not too much of that. I'll lighten you up a little. Also trying to just, again, sharpen up some of the edges here. Like so. Also up here. Yeah. I'm literally pushing the weight that I put on the pallet off of the pallet. It's like hanging off the side of the pallet. That's pretty hilarious. No, 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 no. There's too much thinner in that. Okay, there we go. Yeah, that would have been too much. That might have gone on a little excursion right there. We don't want that. Ooh, here's another edge we got to sharpen. There we are. We will sharpen you up here. No, no, no. Let me refresh that brush there. Reconstitute. And that comes back further, a whole bunch further here. Okay, now we're getting that lined up a little bit better. Okay. Back aft, we got more of this to do here. There's a few surfaces. We'll try this one first, this triangle. Same triangle over here. Starting right at there, and then it comes down. Another triangle over here. Is nice. That maybe pushes forward a little bit further. Sharpen that, lighten that up. A little bit more of a light there too. Square this up. Another silhouette. No, we won't do that. Canopy. I think we'll leave the dark around the canopy there. Now, Rico, also hoping that you'll get a chance to hold the different projects and all that kind of stuff. Hopefully, if it's maybe not full force on those, at least getting back to somewhat full strength on those. Alright, here, let's get some more of our light here on the Triton class. We're just going to lighten up some of these areas here. This was another one of those where it just took a little bit longer for all of our glazy stuff to settle in. Yeah, I might just, I'm going to take that off too. Actually, I'm going to take you off as well. Making a change, whatever. Just glad that well, kind of could catch it in time, right? Because yeah, the more basing, more better, right? Recoil. Then don't go there. Use you as a blending blending brush there. That works. You might be able to go a little bit lighter too with some of our some of the cockpit windows. Let me get some more of my lighter gray back here. This side. And you know what? I think that's right. I wanted to make that light. I wasn't able to because the glazes there were just not set enough. Now they are. Straighten you out. There we go. Either that or we just go all the way. I'm just gonna go like this. Just easier that way. And I think I'm gonna go change that back to the later. Yeah, let's just change that back to lighter. What kind of angle? Okay, I think we got the angle correct on both sides. I can't go wrong with those, right? Recoil. Ooh, there we are. Pull this back, and that should probably also be lighter here. Lighter there. Like you do. These sides. Again, this is not white. I know it looks really light. This is not white. It's a light warm gray, but it is definitely not white. Not white at all. And kind of in the neighborhood, but it's also not a cooler gray. It's a warmer gray. Never did get this. Here, there we are. Where is... let's get some of this gray here for these services now. Before we come back with the really dark stuff, do some panel lineage too.
So say we all.
Hey there, Mutu. How you doing? Thanks, Mutu. Appreciate that. Hope everything is going great. So Mutu, sorry that wasn't really able to stream much at all last week. Did we do Monday? No, we didn't get to do Monday. Didn't get to do Thursday. All I got to do was basically Friday into Saturday. That's it. That was the only one. Well, no, I did. We did. No, that's right. I think yeah, Thursday got blown up. I think Friday got blown up too, pretty much. Again, Mutu, I hope that things have been going fine. Just trying to work in a little bit. Wow, that lighter gray is lighter than even I thought it was. As I see it against some of the really dark stuff that we put there earlier. Oh my. I mean, no problem. It's just like, wow, that definitely got darker. Okay, let's start to fool around with this guy again here. Not really a whole bunch of thinner on that at all. Down you go. Again, looking to really try to claw back some edges and such here. And now this, I was actually thinking, here, let me try this. Got our green here. And I think if I go super glazy with this might actually work. It sort of does. Now, well, that's fantastic there, Mutu. I'm glad that that's, well, hoping that's all working out the way you're intending. Get in there. Then that's going to have to set for a while, and then guess what? We'll come back with some lighter stuff there. But at least that kind of sets the tone for that now. Get rid of some of that green that's out here. Oh, geez, it would be to help if I got back to the reference of that. 1 second here. Takes a few little scrolly things. Oh, that's going the wrong direction. Eventually we'll get to the Argus. Now we're at the Argus. And then these areas too also need some of that same light. I'm just going to try and use this. It's a, like you say, it's a new opportunity to have cash go out the window, right, Mutu? Always seems that way. But I also hope that it's fun. I hope that it's fun. Like, yeah, we're going to be getting much lighter green type stuff here, but I'm just these are all basically color tests as well, because with the exception of the one Triton class ship that I painted, it's all been, these are all just color tests. It's the only one I've painted before. Now this, let me go back to this here. Right, we got our dark stuff again. Work you in this way. Let me see if we can do a similar thing on this side. Which we can. Darken up that cowling. A bit. Hit that cowling again. Now let's go back to doing the lighter stuff like we've been doing here. And now I can hopefully sharpen up more edges on this. Because this one definitely needs it. And then again, it should be interesting to see, with our panel lines and such, what effect is that going to have on the overall shape of these things? Because it does help to kind of determine the direction some of these panels are going. Now, Mutu, with it really is important to be able to, the whole promotional thing. And not just like posting on Facebook and Insta and doing those type of things, the social media stuff, but the physical stuff to actually hand to somebody, right, Mutu? That is well. That's why we made those Buck Polaris albums, right? Right, Recoil. That's going to be a very unique item. That's not usually the kind of promotional people, something that people are handed. That will be somewhat unique. Oh my, there we are. There we are. Some edges all there, kind of a little bit, little wonky. We're gonna de-wonkify those edges there. So yeah, that's starting to look a little bit more organized. Just a bit more. There's still some of that glaze is still sitting back there. It's still lurking. Oh, you know what? Nope, that's not the shelf they're in. Here is the shelf that they're in. I'm gonna grab me a new one of these guys or two, just for funsies here. More of the darker stuff here. Let me get a little bit of the indigo mixed with that. We're going darker on this stuff here. I think that's gonna work out a little bit better. Yeah. Let's get this darker stuff going. Canopy windows really stand out nicely. Over the top and the edge. Down here. Okay, and now let's start to sharpen up this stuff. This back here. Yeah. Further forward. Okay. This, I might march that a little further forward too. To there. That all of a sudden got wider again. We didn't need that wider. Okay, we're going to push this forward a little bit here. More. Forward again. More thinner again. He's not that much. Another cowling over there. Actually, you know what? I'm going to do this. I'm going to change this around a little here. I'm going to change this. Get rid of that one too. No, see, too much thinner on there. I'm gonna get me just it's not the fast matte white, it'll just be a regular alkyd white here. Cannot forget though to make sure a little bit of that yellow gets in there. Have to make sure that that stays again a warm enough gray. Not just light enough, but also a warm enough gray. Over the top of this we go. Same here towards the nose of this. And this is the Argus. Again, consider this like one of those AWACS planes. Take in some of our lighter coat in again in the cowling there. That should be a touch lighter. Here. Some more. Bam. Yep. Another little line there. So all of a sudden, this baby here is not quite so haphazard as it was a little bit ago. Again, the shape's a little bit more organized. Come on. There we go. We'll just have to almost do a little bit of dry brushy stuff. Let that mix together. And now hit it again. Hit it again. So yeah, Cam did that. It's really amazing. Oh gosh, I don't think you ever got a chance to see the. How was it? Archvillain. That's it. The Archvillain Frost Grave stuff or whatever that was called. I forget exactly what it was called, but there was definitely a big balance of cooler white to warmer white. That played a big time role. Again, the thinner paint sticks to thinner paint, so now we're thinning this down a little bit. Touch of the thinner there. That should, yeah, there we go. See, it just goes right over the top of that. Now I can finally get these little guys right here. There we are. And then this here going to have to sit off to the side because, well, reasons. No, we're going to do basically the same deal with the Mastiff here. Well, that's really good there, Cam. Actually, Cam, it's been a long, long time. If you wanted to share some stuffs again there, please go ahead. And actually, Cam, I was thinking that if I can get the Woden, uh, figures for the army painting series, that would kind of go hand in hand with the ships that we're painting, and it would almost be like an army painting series on that sort of stuff because it would kind of be that the white armor-ish, because again, that's what all the Woden ships are going to be. Essentially, the same stuff that they use to make the Synthoid Bai is a lot of the same stuff that they use on to make their ships. Mostly because it's like this is the material they've got, so they're going to use it for everything. You can almost, I mean, it's almost like we got a little bit of streaking going on there. Just a teensy bit of it. Actually, let me Whoops, scrolled too far. Ah, so there is light there. Okay. All right. We can make that lighter if we gotta. I just figured that those they're kind of solid enough to potentially work well at 30-ish millimeter or so. Whereas the Siri, they're a little. They would probably again be a bit too fragile at that scale. They're kind of on the dainty side at 75. So yep. You know what? Fine. We'll leave that intact. Now on the sides here, how do we get this going? Bring you down a little more. And now bring this down. Nope, nope, nope. Let me try this here. Okay, we're getting there now. It's starting to mix a little too much, getting a bit pinkish. We will refresh the brush and then do that again. This side, same deal. So it's getting to be kind of close to a Cinco trace there, Camda. We're inexorably moving towards a Cinco trace. Everybody check out that link that Camda Paints just shared. Everybody please give Camda Paints a follow. In we go. Move this down a little further. Refresh. Now we're talking. Okay, we'll just leave that. We'll leave that have a chance to set for a bit. Now we were talking about some of the engine stuff here. Let's hit that. More thinner, I guess. Because I forgot about these. Yeah, wouldn't know that long ago there was so much glazy stuff there. Huh, we weren't doing anything like that. Gonna reinforce a couple of these guys here first. One sec. Bing, there we are. Not a ton of thinner though. I mean, there's enough to kind of get that flowing down in there, but not too much. That's essentially just, well, it could either be the sky blue, or in this case, some of the fluorescent blue, and then some of the white. Okay, we got those bad boys filled in. What about? Yeah, this was one. Let me see if we can't just take some of you. Get that down in there. Replace the darker glaze stuff with this much lighter blue stuff here. There we are. Now we're talking. More of that. There we are. More of the fluorescent blue around this outer portion here. Try to get some lighter stuff down into here. Okay, good. We got our white out there. Not quite that big a glob there either. Let's take some thinner into that. Thin that stuff down. Don't need any of these little globs of paint here either. Let me see if we got rid of those, I think. And now we lighten these up. Like so. So this particular crafter, this is the Hellhound, the heavy bomber, and it's kind of filling the same role as this one right here for the Siri Republic. Everybody, please again, hey, Hack and Slash, appreciate you being here. Why don't you again throw up some of those links again for Hangry Games, and again a fabulous Kickstarter is going to be coming here. All kinds of really nifty miniatures and artwork and all other kinds of stuff. So Hack and Slash going to share that, and definitely check it out and keep yourself aware of when that Kickstarter is going to begin, because I did have a chance to see all of it at Adepticon there, and it's super nifty. So there it is, Hangry Games. Go check that out. So have yourself a good night there. Well, what's left of it, right? Hack and Slash, since it's 250 here. It is 250 here, and best of luck with everything there, Hack and Slash. Of course, they will be demoing that at Gen Con. So in the games demo section, look for Hack and Slash and Hangry Games. Okay, we're gonna try to gently get some of that in here. So yeah, it is now 2:51 a.m. here. Well, recoil. The doggies are pretty much dead. Um, the whole foosball thing here pretty much dead too. But the White Sox are still alive. They are still alive. Of course, all kinds of trade rumors. I think Aroldis Chapman. I think people believe they're going to get a hold of Aroldis Chapman. I'm not so sure about that. It's a little bit harder pulling off those blockbuster trade type things now, because with all the wild card stuff, it used to just be if you were in third place or something like that, it was sell mode by this time. I believe, I don't know if July 27th or is it August something, that's the trade deadline. But generally, the closer things get to the trade deadline, the more your team's in first place or second place, whatever, they become buyers. And well, your other folks, they start becoming sellers. There we go. Got ourselves some nice. Look at that. We got some engine glue there. Got some engine glue. All right, let's go back to cockpit here. Lighter with the phthalo green, and also some of our a little bit of the blue in there too. Whatevs. I think we need a little. Yeah, I guess we could go a little bit lighter here. All right, there. Also here, and then a little touch of it up there. All right, now we're just going to kind of rotate around through this. Well, we're just 3 minutes away, less than 3 minutes there, Camda. Less than 3 minutes away. Yeah, because they had something like, I think, 4 of the guys back for that Sydney game, and, well, that didn't make a whole bunch of difference now, did it? I think it might actually have been a worse result than the first time around. All I kept seeing, actually, on the Facebook stuff there, Rico, it was basically apologize, the team like apologizing or whatever. That was not really a banner effort right there. Let me hit it again. Let's attack it from this way. That is a better angle. That is a better launch point there. Well, and of course, well, I don't think surface tension has joined us yet, because surface tension would be asking where the lunch bays are. He'd be asking where all the lunch bays are. Let me stroll in with some of this over here. A little bit later on the cockpit. Windows. A little more. Then a little more. Lighter green in here. Ah, there we are. And more of our light down in here. And we'll leave the rest alone. And we got our Spectre electronic warfare craft. Some light here in the canopy area. Some more there. Boom. Yeah, let's not go too late with it just yet. We'll come back later after that's had a chance to set. I do think. There it is. Cinco Trace, Camda. Cinco Trace. Thanks for catching it. Everybody wants to know what it means. It means nothing. It means nothing, right, Camda? It means absolutely nothing. That's why we have to mark it so faithfully, because it means nothing. The nothing that means something. Oh, geez, Rico, that's that's right. That was the thing you were talking about just the other day. And of course, well, obviously there was kind of a wild conflict, right, Recoil, because the biggest victory for the U.S. in that war happened 6 months after the peace treaty was signed. It's funny, Cam. I don't know if I was doing this when with the acrylic stuff. I think this has evolved with all the oil paint stuff. I'm pretty sure. But yeah, I don't think there was quite so much of the thumb support there. Because before you could just stick your hand on there, right? And we go more of this here. There we go. A little bit of the lighter green there. And well, I mean, obviously, it doesn't hurt when said country is fighting like 3 other wars at the same time, right? When they're a wee bit on the distracted side, it kind of helps you out a little bit, right? What I might actually do in a second here is go actually refresh some medicine. because we're just about out of that, and that's a bit of our anti-sleepy sauce right there. I mean, it was 6 months. Was it 6 or 9 months after the peace treaty was signed? There, recoil with the Battle of New Orleans, because well, was in 1813 a little something called Waterloo? I believe it was. Here, let's get this in there again for our Triton class troop transports. It's pretty wild to see this so much smaller. There we are, and I'll get this down in here now. Thanks, Camda. It's all about the threes. All about them threes, Camda. Thank you so much. So we'll definitely refresh that in a wee bit here, so that we can be fully awake for Cinco Quattro, right, Camda? I'm hoping that by Cinco Quattro we're deep into our panel lines too. I think we'll do the panel lines and then any sort of insignia after panel lineage. I think that's probably the best approach there. Come on, get in there with that later stuff. Like that. Definitely we'll have to try and come up with some sort of almost Aeronautica-esque rules for all this stuff, Camda. At least on these craft here. Here we are, some more of this. Now, Cam, I wasn't sure if you got a chance to see the Jolarin video. I think you at least got the link, right? Because if not, if you weren't able to catch that link that I posted there earlier, I can always just shoot you that. I'll also try and get you some of the Woden stuff there, Camda, so you can get a little bit of a look-see at them. So again, they just didn't realize the environment that they were living in as far as the space around them. So that's the Unifier video there. Yep, definitely that's the Unifier video. That's the Jolarin Empire one. And again, it kind of gives you a little bit of a little look-see into what existence is like. How did their society begin? It's not quite the way people would think that would go. It's definitely a little bit different. More of this light right in there. Again, that's still very, very glazy in there. Holy smokies. That is super glazy in there. There's still some of our original darker glaze sitting down in there too. That's crazy. So that's why they have those giant Unity theaters there, Camden. I'll send you some of the playbills from those theaters. Basically, kind of discusses what's the most popular plays. The Spear and the Scales definitely the most popular. Their biggest comedy is known as it's called House Guests. That is their biggest comedy. And again, those Unity theaters, average size of those is about 250,000 folks. So the theater somewhat important to the Jolrins, wouldn't you say? Oh, geez, we never did our later stuff here. All right. Okay, fine, fine. We got that right over here. Well, maybe not that big of a clump there. Not that big a clump. Ah, there we are. That's about the right lightness, I think. Yeah. Come on, break this down. In you go. Then along the bottom of the engine cowling there. Okay, so now we got our set. Somehow the Argus never really got the glowy stuff. And I think you'll really enjoy the video about the Siri Republic there, Camda. It is so unlike any of the other three that you've seen. I mean, it couldn't be more different. It's also actually the first. Well, no, I don't wanna give. No, I'm not gonna give away the surprise. Not giving away the surprise. You'll see it when you see it. Oh, there we go. There's some nice little teensy bit of glow-ish maybe there in the cockpit. There you go. I wasn't quite sure at first, Cam, to how exactly to portray that. That whole idea of it all happened from within. Well, that has gotten that was originally basically as dark or not or darker as all the rest of that stuff. Boy, that has really changed a bunch. Now to the Triton we go. A little bit of this lighter stuff again in the cockpit there. Here we can't quite do the later stuff there on that's a little too juicy right there. Gotta wait. Don't be hasty. We even have a sticker for hasty stuff now, don't we, Camda? Oh, that's what I'm gonna grab too. I'm gonna see if I can't get those stickers and bring those lads in here too. There's been a couple of times I wanted to show those to folks, and I keep forgetting that apparently they are not in here. Somehow they managed to find their way out of here. They were in here. Don't even know why they wouldn't be in here in the first place. More of that lighter stuff on the cockpit there. A little bit more here. Again, this is the evac craft right here. Kind of again a derivative of the Triton class. It might be going a little too. Maybe that's not too far. Well, we can always come back with the darker stuff and cut that back. That's a fine. We'll get that figured out. So hopefully these start to make a little more sense, especially now with these cockpit windows getting a wee smidge lighter here. It's just that much easier to see the design of each of these, which I was really happy recoil that I just wasn't sure if I could make all of the different classes of ships, but really kind of keep them looking like they all came from the same design philosophy. Because I mean, each one of these is kind of radically different missions. That's for sure. Doing this here. And some of this over here to the Black Forest Squadron. Touch more light there. Let's make these a little lighter. Yeah, recoil, it just, obviously with the, say the El Chiba, the Seri Republic, that is so distinctive, right? It's I don't want to say it's almost easy, but it was almost easy with those because it's just okay. It's got the feather slash armor plates on it or whatever. Or in the case of the El Chiba, maybe it's got scales on it or something that looks like scales. Here, a little different story. You know what? I'm actually gonna see if I can't sneak a little bit of this here green onto these guys, just a bit there. Okay. Now, what I might do is I'm gonna go refresh that medicine, look for the stickers there, because again, I would like to show those off, because there's a whole bunch of Siri. Yeah, a whole bunch of Siri stickers. So again, I'm gonna look for those guys, and I'll put. We also get the chance to see this because I think it's been like 2 hours since I played this. Well, sorry that took so long, but I was checking on all the printer. I realized I'm like I checked one, I checked the other one. And I'm like, oh, I gotta check this one too. So there's our series stickers. So, well, obviously this is one of their main form of entertainment right here. There's the sticker, right? The low and the here's again almost a little bit of a humorous there. This is the primary uh, school right there, and again the more their philosophy here. Then this was super fun making these. Really enjoyed those. But then here's some more of our. Look at that. There's our fabulous brand new stickers there. I think I did 18 of these. I will be making the other notation on those, Camda, the ones that we were talking about. Yeah, we'll be making those stickers. Hopefully working on some of them tomorrow. So Camda, the house guest, that's a play in which you have all 6 of the houses. The primary, because you saw those in the Jolarin video, right? You saw all of the different houses there. Well, just through happenstance, much like a British comedy, there's all 6 of these houses get kind of stuck together in the same building, and in the effort to not offend each other, they end up kind of doing things that offend each other, or at least it just kind of turns quite farcical. Again, we were thinking something like Faulty Towers. That kind of humor right there, where there's maybe a smidge of slapstick, but not really heavy on the slapstick. I mean, literally, like, people won't walk through a door because they don't want to offend somebody else by walking through the door first. So yeah, it's just the whole idea, right? Because it's a Unity Theater play. Let me get this going in here. There we are. There we are. And of course, we know that the Unity theaters, every single planet constructs one of those. And it's only the people on that planet that actually are part of the building process. It's more, again, like, say, your more like Maya and even, more like Maya and Aztec too, where the process of building is supposed to be difficult. It's not supposed to be easy. Again, the idea that the folks on that planet, everybody makes sacrifices to be able to construct said theater. And again, that kind of promotes the unity among people on that world there. And then also the overall unity, because again, now the plays that you're doing there, they basically, those are very popular all across Jolarin society. There we go. There we go. No, we're almost. We'll be ready relatively soon there for a little bit of panel lineage. More of that here. And of course, for the Siri Republic there, Camda, the humor tends to be a bit more. Something is kind of obviously going wrong, but they kind of tried to what would you say, kind of, I don't want to say fake their way through it, but they essentially they kind of keep the stiff upper lip where they don't really let you know that anything is actually going hilariously wrong, which of course makes it more hilarious because things just keep going more and more wrong. It's kind of like the Swedish Chef or something like that, where all of a sudden stuff starts jumping out of the pot, and it all started out very calm and relaxed. Camden, what we just kind of figured that it's all about, high thought, low thought, all that kind of stuff. And well, you want to be engaged in high thought, but much like the sticker says, right, Camden, we want to think in high thought, but we end up surviving in low thought or middle thought. Nice to see you there, Tifu. I hope that everything's going great there, Tifu. Appreciate you being here. So yeah, Camden, one of the skits or one of the plays that I was gonna have, it's a play of a Siri teacher, and he's trying to use puppets. He's thinking that using these puppets would be like an excellent way to show his students what he's trying to teach them. And of course, needless to say, the puppets, things go a little bit awry. Like a puppet's head falls off. I mean, I think at some point one of the puppets catches fire. But the entire time, he's just, well, everything's fine. Everything's great. Everything is going absolutely according to plan. Okay, now we're really starting to be able to see our surfaces here. Get you in here. That one a little side, but there we go. Okay, that's a little better. Try this guy again. That will probably be a yellow around that. But not right now. In a bit. So again, great to see you there, Tifu. This was not quite the right shape. Oh, and of course, Camda, we know who for the humans, we know who their primary comedic character is, pretty much. I think that would be, well, Buck Polaris and Earl. Come on, I mean, smooch you up a little bit there. Some of that here, and now let's wait. One there, another one there. Working our way over to the mess. Yeah, let's get this mastiff here. Well, look at that. That's the picture I got up on the screen there. There it is. Gonna get some of these. Went a little too far off the edge there. Fix that up. Actually, with this, I might come back with some really, really, really dark stuff. So we'll do this. Now, we'll move on. We'll move on to the Triton class and just kind of keep going with. We need to keep working these lighter colors in here. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I was hoping to be able to do kind of squadron colors for every class of ship here. There just wasn't. Well, hey, I had to kind of turn off all the printers for about a week there, so there was no chance of that happening. So we're just kind of working with what we got here. Well, that's when you know. That's when you know everything is pretty much back to normal, right? Recoil. Yeah, that's when you know things are pretty much back to the way they should be. Now, let me see. That's gonna carry down to here a little bit and then kind of stop. That's going to have to get more of our dark again. Just going to smudgy this up a little bit. There we are. And straighten out that line. Okay, because we almost have that here. That's once we have that on this side, we'll be good to go here. Pull you down a little. Now, I'm actually gonna. I wonder, almost thinking of changing that baby up right there. I think we are going to. Take this. I wonder. Yeah, I'm just going to change this baby up here. Gonna make us a nice hexagon there. So Tifu, this is like the first couple of days here where there was not tornadoes, floods, or any kind of disasters or something like that. Pretty much everybody else around us now is starting to know what it's been like to be us for the last 5-ish weeks or so. And I'm pretty sure that folks are not enjoying that. I do believe on the East Coast there were excessive amounts of liquid sunshine. Well, plus a whole bunch of other areas too. And again, if the tornadoes don't get you, the floods will. And there's a EF2 tornado that is just a few blocks away from you. You take note of that. Actually, Tifu, a giant battery backup that actually arrived literally during almost the second tornado. That was the 80-mile-an-hour winds, and that was the rather interesting situation of being trapped in between the steel door that is the front door and the 165-pound box, which. And then shout out to the FedEx folks there because the delivery guy was real nice. He didn't have to help me try to struggle that thing up the stairs. It would have been really easy except the box had gotten wet. So every time either one of us grabbed a piece of it, a piece of the box came off in our hands. As you can imagine, that was it kicked off something that could have been filmed as part of our Compass Rose Universe comedy shows. It must have looked really hilarious, except most people were a little bit more worried about, again, the 80-mile-an-hour winds at the time. Somehow the special flag that I got for the 250th, that survived. It didn't just survive; it actually looks just fine. That was quite the surprise. That now the pole is definitely bent, but the flag still has creases in it. I mean, it literally still has the original creases from when I took it out of the bag or whatever. So that is oh, look at this. We can get to our lighter stuff on the engines here. Yay, yippee-ki-yay. Let's do that. Let's do that here. Come on, get in there. Now, of course, I came out onto the street literally to help him get that thing off of the truck. he had the four-wheeler for getting it down close to the steps at least. No, 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 no. Let's go to our full-on regular. Let me see about this. Let's see what we got here. Oh, that might work a little better. Do the other side here. So again, very much appreciative. So this thing, Tifu, uh, it's not really intended for that, but it's powerful enough to run a 12,000 BTU air conditioner for up to 8 hours. Sump pump thing, we could do that for about 12. And there's a solar panel that is 106 inches wide. Again, if there was some more cash around, I was very much tempted to get 2 or 3 of these and just open up my own power company. Yeah, you might be seeing a sticker there, Cam, to Wampoville Solar Farms or something like that. Maybe the neighbors will cooperate. We just kind of we tear down their houses and put up more solar panels there. I'm sure they wouldn't mind. Get some more of this lighter stuff over here. Again, you got to make sacrifices for the company. Here, let's put some more of our white over there. And I might even let me get some more of my blue here. In you go. Come on. Like so. We'll do that on this engine too. So it's like the fluorescent blue, little bit of the white in there, just a teensy bit of it. Well, Tifu, the kind of the tipping points there. I've been thinking about it for years, but the tipping points were during the tornado day there. I think it was maybe 45 minutes at most. The power was out. I did realize at one point I was watching max velocity on Wi-Fi, and I went, "Wait a second, this is not a phone. This is an individual device that should have no power right now." And then I realized every single device in the house is plugged into one of those UPS battery backups, which functioned exactly as you would hope that they would. And I thought, well, that's interesting. And then at that same point, the grocery store lost power for 3 days. Some people were without power for 4 days. And I said, well, we need to be ready for something like that. And of course, since this is all electric here and not a gas-powered one or propane-powered one, I can have it inside the house. And also, too, I mean, okay, what if someone next door, my power is back, but theirs is not? They might be able to utilize that to maybe keep their house safer. Boy Scout motto is always be prepared, right, Camda? Now, we don't include the last part with that, right, Camda? We power by the hour for a price. Yeah, now you could pay in Mitsa. Mitsa is an acceptable concern. Oh, actually, speaking of which, Armored Wolf, turns out I had 3 pieces of Mitsa frozen and saved. I had the first one of the frozen pieces today. I might pull out the other one after the stream, and hopefully that would be mostly thawed by tomorrow. Well, later today, anyways. So yes, the Mitsa, there was Mitsa had today. There we are. Now, of course, Camda, we totally wouldn't, be going up to any kind of power poles or anything like that with a wire clippers or something like that, just to make sure that folks maybe needed a little bit of electricity. We totally wouldn't do that. Here, let's get some more of this dark around some of these surfaces here. We're just going to try to clean up now some edges of things. Again, this is the Triton class. Where'd you go? There you are. So that would be this right. Actually, let's get our fabulous markings on here. Perhaps now let's go. Yeah, let's do that. Let's try. Prussian blue would be the primary form of that. Actually, let me have this out here so I can seize it. There we are. So in Operation Steadfast markings here. There's my Prussian blue. Nope, gonna turn you around. And if that mixes with some of our lighter color that is already there, so much the better. So now we got the start of our stripies there. Move this a little further out. What are we at with this? Here we are. Our symbol that we know goes there. Let me try some of this gray. In there, then we're gonna get a lighter stuff now after we do this super quick. There we go. Yep, Camda. I mean, again, that power doesn't come from nowhere, right? Doesn't come from nowhere. Here we are. Now we're starting to get some more detailies going on here with our Triton class. Lighten you up too. Bring that all the way down here. I see some glazy stuff here. Let me see if we can fight our way through that. We just about can. Let me do this right here and light this way. Here we go again. Get you cleaned up. Yeah, that was looking a little raggedy. Not quite so raggedy anymore. Man, this is not white. There's a whole bunch of different warmer grays mixed into this, not white. Lighten you up some more, lighten you up some more. Get some lighter stuff opening up here across the top there. So what are we working at? 7 different small craft here. put you off to the side. Our Argus here. Maybe a little bit later now. Lighten that up. Push that back a little further. This needs to certainly be later here. There we are. So remember, this one was also looking pretty raggedy for just for a little bit there. Not so raggedy anymore. Whoops, went right past my Argus there. And much like our Triton class, that when we started to do all of the panel lines on there, that really started to reveal the direction of the various hull plates. And I have a feeling that's going to be very much the same on these little guys here too. Thanks, Camda. I'll try to show you, because I actually have some primer on the Woden chips. I'll try to get you a picture of those. But I don't want to say it'll be like this with the white and the dark gray, because this is more just like an entire hull, whereas the Woden, they kind of have those armored pieces on them. Massive armor pieces. There we go. And not really a whole bunch of panel lines on those either. Not like our Humi ships here, where it's going to be panel lines galore. Let me get that a little later down here. Yeah, there we are. Lighten up the forward edge of this shore. Let's get the forward leading edge of that maybe a little bit more. Okay, I'm going to retreat a little bit to something that's not quite as light. Let's see what we got with this. Let me see what we got here. Oh, that's pretty close. Pretty close to not being too light. Yeah, that again, that kind of separates those different phases. We got to do a similar thing over here. Let's give that a shot. Bingo. And like I was saying, those the Alchiba ships, those are going to be wild, Camda, with all the interference colors and such. And I would really like to, because I have all the powders. What I would like to do is see if I can't make some, with one of these right here. One of these fabulous things. Try to make like interference magentas, like really crazy stuff that does not exist. Come on, let me try this again over here again. That light right in that. Yeah, we did the other side. Got that pretty well. Maybe a little something lighter right in there. So yeah, Tifu, I figured that, do I have one of the, oh wait, I swear there is a jar of that around here somewhere. I guess not. But essentially the same pigments that we used to make this, I was thinking we mix that and the interference color. So basically fluorescent magenta, mix the powder, mix that with the interference powder and see what happens. Don't know, but We'll give it a shot. Lighter on this tail here. Maybe we'll leave the other side. We'll leave that, but we're going to do this side. Ooh, we haven't really gotten all the way back in there. We sort of did over there. Now this needs to be later, because we have all those green stuff world powdered fluorescent pigments, plus all the ones that Megan sent here back in the day. So there's tons of those powder just laying around. Might as well use them. Again, I don't know if folks have seen, and I will be recording the next episode. I didn't get a chance to do it again last night, but I'll be recording the next episode in that Metals Workshop series where we're taking that Morgan Le Fay with the Serpent Throne, doing all kinds of wild metallics on there. Alright, we haven't had a chance to do this yet. Now we're going to get some lighter, or at least mid-tone gray in these areas. We haven't really done much at all with these yet. It is now time to do something with these areas. Where was, this was one of our army paintings. Oh, here it is, yeah. So you can see there's, these were all interference colors down here, all of this stuff. The eggs and everything was all interference colors. This is a whole rainbow. It's a little dusty there, but it's a whole rainbow of interference colors. And again, that was part of an army painting series. I think it was Army Painting Series 42, if I remember right. Army Painting Series 42, Tyranids. Okay, I'm gonna get in there with that mid-range gray. Same deal over here. Also that. Also that. And now this too. Also these things. Come on. Straighten it out. Clean up these guys. So yeah, that should be the Tyranid one there, Tifu. Now, and the basing part of it was very, very different. It was not at all like the kind of basing that I'd done on any other series before. There we are. Okay, and a little bit lighter on these cowlings here for the Argus. Now we're starting to see. Now we're starting to really see some shape take hold on these guys. This is. It's like, wait a minute, we haven't worked on the Hellhound in a while. Going back and forth from seven different ships, or battlecraft as we should probably call these. And also, too, in addition to the interference cores, I probably used. Well, I think I had the interference gold by then. Yeah. Now we're really starting to again see some of the shape here, and the darker areas, not just plain old dark. Now we're actually getting to see some shading in there. And then of course, panel lines. It's coming. It's coming there, Cam. To be brace yourself. Brace yourself for panel lines. We had mixing earlier on. Soon there will be panel lines. And now we're let's see, 4 hours 26 minutes in, so we're inching closer to Cinco Quattro as well. Oops, no, 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 no. Let's go the opposite way with this. There we are. It's like, no, we're going a little too light there. We need to go the opposite way, which is a little bit more towards the dark there. Canopy here. Maybe solidify this line. Actually, Cam, ooh, gee whiz, it was right away. It was an early portion there. So all of these kind of ships here, Camden, that have the grayish stuff, basically everything except no. This is the only ship that didn't have mixing. Was this one? Because even this, we mixed up a special red. Actually, we're gonna be getting to those soon. Don't worry, we'll get to our couple of hottest fighters there. You know what? Actually, I am gonna just do this here. Yep, let's just do that. Bring you down. Now maybe a bit of our darker stuff here too. Where is my... Yeah, let's hit these guys as well. Get the darker stuff in there before we come back with our lighter stuff. Bit of dark there. Yeah, we'll reinforce that dark. Now I haven't forgotten here the missiles. Let's get some stuff on these now. Thought we forgot those. Nope, I was just waiting for all that to set, that's all. Finally has. Taken this yellow, we're gonna start breaking some of this down. We'll need this in a couple of other areas too, and some of our other craft. Oh, that little that really adds a whole bunch, doesn't it? Didn't take much to fire up that. And while we got that, let's march on over to this here. I think we might want to thin that down a little bit. I think I've got to scroll upwards. There we are. That's the one we need. And we've been able to, again, with the red stuff here, it can be a little bit difficult to get those applications one on top of the other. It's a whole lot easier when you take that a little bit at a time instead of just all of it all at once. Don't be hasty. We do have the yellow mixed in with this red to make sure that it does not get too pinkish. We don't want that. And not gonna work. And we, yeah, here, let me, yeah, that didn't quite go where it's supposed to. I shall take this and we're just gonna, well, looky there, we're just gonna erase that away like it never happened. We repaired that very much in a Seri manner, did we not, there, Camden? No panic. Like nothing ever happened. Nothing was wrong. Yeah, we're painting in high thought, Camden. That's what we're doing. The Seri way. Yeah, get on this side of our canopy there. Some lighter red here. If we go too light on this here red, then all of a sudden our symbol not gonna have a whole lot to show up. Oh, I like the idea of me. Let me just. We'll stick with the red here. I was gonna do some more of the black, but let me see how this works. Let's see what happens here. Now again, the layer lines that I can see on here, that's probably not happening on the Saturn. In fact, I know that's not happening on the Saturn. So that I will be trying to print some of these out on the Saturn. It's just, well, haven't been able to do that. I'll be curious to see what the res on these looks like by comparison. Do I want to? Yes, I'm going to put a little bit of that here. And then a little bit of that there. Well, there you go. I'm gonna throw me later red in here. Wasn't gonna do that initially, but oh, I like that. Yeah, that separates that nicely. Whoops. I was like, there's a little too much. A little too much red. Let's get rid of some of that. Now we're talking. Yeah. So Camda, yeah, when I was doing the spatter star stuff, I looked really quickly in the and there was the mirror there, and, and I saw there was a big old white mark on my forehead. It looked like an urukai or something there, Camda. There was enough white paint on my forehead that I looked. That was almost like if Sauron or Sauron only had like a finger and a half. That would have been the hand of Sauron right there, or hand of Saruman, marking it urukai. Ooh, I don't think. Oh yeah, I was. Yep, I definitely was getting some of the lighter red out here. Now we gotta get to that on the top like we did on the other side. Definitely touched by something. That's for sure. Whoa, look at that. That's Now this is a rare treat. This is a rare, getting a chance to see what these will look like. Two different. Oh no, I want that. I'm gonna get the. Maybe I'll use this here. Whoops. Okay, We'll try those together here. First, there we are, and let that start to do a little bit of. Let that mix together a little bit more. A little something along these. A little something along these. Let that do. There we go. A little bit of blendola there. Let's do that. Now I'm going to take me some of this, and that's going to go on here. A little more on that. So remember that, and I was in there because I said, remember I was going to be washing off all the spatter star stuff. Yeah, that a good thing I did because that was traveling, the spatter star stuff. Oh, wait, wait. Now that's it. This guy here. Gonna here. Let me get. We got a little bit of a pile up there. Oh well, look at that. See, that's not like acrylic. That just comes right out of there. Look at that. What do you know? Well, yep, there we are. Getting that nice one dark, like so. Now we're gonna take some of our warmer dark. That is gonna go under here. Let that all blend together. There we are. Yeah, it was just like way too late. Way too late on the underside of that baby. Dark there. Also there. Smidge a little more dark in that. And now we'll do a similar thing here. Dark there. Blendy brush somewhere. Ooh, actually I better get a little bit of the cleaner on this here brush. 1 second. That's been sitting around there for hours now. Oh, geez, we're getting real close to a Cinco Quattro there, Cam. They were just like 6 minutes away. Yeah, that's it. It's almost upon us. Nah, that's not quite. Right, let's try this here. Oh, there we go. That's a much softer brush there. Couple of hits of our dark right there. All right. Where's my yeah, that's not there we are. It's like I wanted more of the actual phthalo green, not so much whatever the light stuff was. Let me take some of that away, and now we're just gonna press that in there, mix some of that in. We now need to get some liners there. Let me try some of this. Is this going to be light enough, or is it, I don't know, is it too late? Let me see what it looks like. That's real close. Real close. So recoil this one. Here's the equivalent of the Theory Republic. This is, here we go. So that's the equivalent there. And I also have I'm printing out the Woden one right now. That also is the equivalent to that. And of course, where's our Triton class here? So basically these are equivalent to each other right there as well. And yeah, the Woden stuff, I'm printing out an interceptor, and I'm printing out a heavy bomber, and also the troop transport. So I've got kind of a trifecta there of small craft printing out for the Woden. I also got a repair vessel too. Yep, I got a repair vessel printing out for the Woden. Let me do this. So actually, recoil since the if I delete that crazy stupid little thumbnail thing, you can play those on your laptop, right? You said on the computer. I'll try and do that with the Woden spoken word piece, and then that'll kind of give you an idea of what they're all about. I might have tried to send that to you in an email, but I'll just try and send it to you that way. Yeah, recoil. It looks like yeah, almost. It looks like a giant bar of soap. Yeah, it looks like a big old bar of soap there. Recoil. Yeah, as I was, taking all of the supports off of it and stuff, it kind of just was looking like a bar of soap. So yeah, I'll send you the Woden. It's a very short. It's only about 2 minutes 27 seconds long, something like that. It's pretty short. You work, yeah, a little bit more of that. So I'm thinking next Armada Monday, we're either going to be painting some more of the, these things here in different squadrons. I don't think I'll be able to get more Terra Force ships prepped up and printed and everything, but I have the whole Woden fleet, so we might be starting with those guys. Let me do this here. Nope, nope, nope. A little something lighter here for this. Ah, there we go. Push it over, then down, and then across. Now we got to do this side here. Better refresh. Refresh here. Try that again, getting some of the indigo on the brush that's mixing with it there. Starting to work in some lighter grays here. Longer edges. Start to, again, get a little more shape like our Hellfire Squadron did. More of that here. So actually, recoil. I'm really glad that I've got those little presentations, little slideshows. So yeah, recoil. Now we don't have the kind of your, what would you say, mid-flight refueling type tankers there, but we certainly have the care and of again every what would you say, every species is going to have some form of those support ships for sure. Because again, convoy, escort, that sort of stuff, those are all very important things that navies would have to perform, no doubt. Oh, we're just a few seconds away there, Camda. I think we are one time. Boom, there it is. A Cinco Quattro. 4 hours, 44 minutes, and 44 seconds ago, we had no paint on any of these. Again, we're going to be getting to our panel lines here pretty darn soon. Now that we're starting to get all this value on here, we're getting real close to doing some panel lines here. Now we got at least a couple of them, right, Camda? We got a few of them in today. Let me go back to this one and do the same thing here on this. More there. Get that going there. A little lighter here. A little lighter down there. Let me try some of this. That's really going to be much lighter. Let me break this down. It's way too thick there. Okay. Now, you know what we haven't used? No fast mat wait so far. Gee whiz, it's almost 5 hours there, Camden. No fast mat wait. That's pretty wild. A little too thick there. Too thick. Let's get rid of some of that. So this, like we were saying, we were thinking that this might be almost like a little bit of a Saturday challenge, but with starships, where we basically paint a whole bunch of stuff all at once, like a whole bunch of stuff. Yellow here. These guys. Yeah, I was hoping to have a second one of these to paint while we were, doing all this, but hey, we can always do some more. I will try and print out more of these so we can again do some more squadrons with them. Alright, now let me take some of this there we are. That was going to be way too much stuff there. Maybe lighten you up a little. Starting maybe get the leading edge of our missile packages here. It would be interesting, Cam. I don't know just how feasible it is, but to make some kind of modular craft here, and of course now Camda, there's nothing, no reason we couldn't print out one of these much larger, right? It would be wild to see one of these about a foot long, Camda. Now that I'm thinking about it, yeah, it could be very interesting if those are about a foot long or so. All kinds of fun details I think you'd be able to see on them. Talk about panel lines. Yeah, there'd be some panel lines for sure. I want that to be much darker blue. There we go. Much darker blue. So this is the limitation of the size here. Yeah, that's nothing gets printed smaller than this because, well, there'll be a bunch of stuff that disappears. First thing to disappear will be these. None of them will have any of the tail fins on them. Those will all go away. That's what all the test prints were for. Was to see, okay, what's the smallest we can go? How small can we go? And this is basically the smallest. The Seri ones recoil. Yeah, those. There was a bunch of those that I had to print multiple times, even the ships, because they were just too small. Definitely not epic scale there recoil because, well, let me see. I don't know how the heck this happened here. Oh well. Yeah, they would be about that big. So there would be nothing to paint. They would be way too small. This is as small as they're ever going to get printed, at least as small as I'm going to print them. If somebody wants to maybe take them into Blender or Nobad Sculpt and re-sculpt them, then they might be able to add enough detail to get them smaller. But unfortunately, yeah, this is as small as they go. Well, let's stop with that. No more with that. Let's get to our scrolling down. One more, and I guess I already scrolled past it. There, oh, there it is. It was right there the whole time. Okay. Alright, I see it. Alright, fine. Some of this has to be a little bit lighter. This is already pretty much epic scale. That's for sure. It is quite tiny. Uh, Too late. Too late. We'll take some of this right here. Yeah, there's even some of these guys, they were right at that cusp. If anything, I might make these a little bit bigger. At least some of them slightly larger. Again, just to make sure that they actually print. Which way do we want to go? This is the right way we should be going. No, I think we need to reverse that. No, we'll stick with that. We'll stick with that direction. So that's why the guy, I think it's called Grand Fleet Admiral. Oh, that's it. Yeah, Grand Fleet Admiral. Uh, I was wondering why his battlecraft things were just, it was like a circle with a couple of dots on it. And I couldn't figure out what was up with that. That was his battlecraft stuff. And then once I tried printing out these, it was quite clear. It was abundantly clear why his stuff was basically complete no detail. Absolutely no detail whatsoever. Just little nubs on a circle. That's literally all they were. Just little tiny nubs. You could barely tell what in the world they were. And they were very much flat to the surface, that's for sure. It was almost like bas relief fighter planes there, recoil. Of course, there's the famous, well, the infamous, I don't know, whatever you want to say, story of the Wild West Exodus. This was when digital sculpting was really first becoming like the norm. And they sculpted all these guys with cowboy hats. And they all looked fantastic until they tried to cast them in resin. And all of a sudden, all the cowboys were wearing fezzes. Because while it was okay to print them out at that resin, that there was no way it was being replicated in resin form, as in casting. So they learned a hard lesson. They learned a real hard lesson there. There we go. There, that's starting to take shape as well. Let me pull that. I'm gonna go with this gray right there. So that's what these are intended for. That's why anything that's on a 40 millimeter base is essentially a battlecraft. Anything on a 60 is pretty much the vast majority of ships, and anything that's on a 90 is a capital ship. So essentially the base size is what tells you what kind of a ship that it is. Again, if it's a tiny little base like this, it's going to be a fighter or a bomber, interceptor, scout, something like that. As soon as it's on one of these, again, mid-sized bases, that's kind of, again, the vast majority of your ships, cruisers, frigates, destroyers, all that kind of stuff. And then, of course, there's your 90. And that's what your carriers, battleships, battle cruisers, that sort of stuff go on. Now we're talking. That one's getting much closer to panel lineage there. So that is what these guys are intended for the tactical board, I guess if you want to call it, for a compass rose starships. What about? Oh, we never did get the lightest stuff in there, so we'll take this here brushy. Let's take this lighter. Gonna have to break that down a whole bunch. And there might be one other ship that needs this too. Again, I know the Triton class needs it. Gonna thin that down some more. Well, I'm gonna have to grab me some more of my weight too, I think. I do believe we need some more of our weight out here. There we go. Got that filled in now. What are you doing here? There we go. These guys get some as well. These guys get some there. These guys get some right there. Okay, that's better. You know, let me just clean this though. There's a whole bunch of funky stuff here. Get that all cleaned up. This too. Nice. Lighter. Still not white. And it's got a little bit of that Naples yellow in there too. So again, that's kind of giving it that little bit of a warmish touch there. I will do that. Yeah, let's bring this in over here. Nice. Have a good time with the painting there, Tifu. Have a good time with the painting, and hopefully lots of success as well. So thanks for stopping in there, Tifu. Appreciate that. Now, let's see. Well, we've got ourselves gonna be some asparagus and ham slices after the stream here. Recoil. Got some brand new asparagus at the store. Yeah, we better make this later. Better make that lighter there. Same thing on the top here. Lighter there, and definitely lighter there. Because this is a cuisine channel after all. Did I feel... Okay, I already kind of hit that side. Alright. Doing this one more time here. To lighten you up. I'm gonna... Let me change you around a little bit here. I think, yeah, I'm gonna do that instead. Same over here. Again, just kind of changing that up. That is going to be later too. Change this up. Come on. There we go. that's I gotta get me a little package of those. Gotta get me a package of those guys so I can make me some. My my supplier is kind of on the those frozen fries there for the ear for my supplier is I won't be getting those from them anymore because they're not getting them. We're gonna have to find another source. Now we're talking there. No, let's go back to our warm gray here for this stuff. No, let me try this going this way. Let's try more of our lighter gray back here. And then something's almost got a bit more of almost like a brown or whatever to it on some of these the nozzles here. Okay, I want to get that blue off of there. Perhaps even a little bit more of that Mars Yellow Deep. That's not Mars Yellow Deep. Uh, yeah, let's get this going here. A little more in that nozzle. And now, I think what is here? Let's go with the, whoops, the Naples yellow here. Those definitely look a bit different now. Little more definition. Those guys. Oh yeah, let's take that on this side here. Little something right there. Oh, that's right. That is right. Let me get all of this stuff out of here first. Take our actual Naples yellow here. Do this now. Almost forgot about that. It's just a subtle little thing, but it is. If we're gonna do our Operation Steadfast markings here, boom. Can leave that off to the side. Now let's go back to this here. Let's start doing some of our insignia here. Let me see if this is gonna be a better brush to use for that. Yeah, well I mean, it conserves on a couple of things. Certainly, it can conserve on the costs there too. Starting to. Oh, that's right. Before I forget, because I'm already going to, I'm going to get me some more of this out here. Now we're talking. Breaking all this down here. More, break it down some more. I think we got ourselves some freehanding material here. Let's start it out slow. Like this. Can you see what we're doing? I think so. there. Push this way. Into it here. Goes over that rudder. Back down again. To the, whoops, wait a minute here. Not too much. Okay, so we're gonna get that. I believe start right about there. And they were just gonna kind of ghost that in to start with. Almost make it like little waypoints there. Now we can go back in and we start to build this up like you do. Okay. Rest of our number. Here. Just say no to decals, right? Right, recoil. Just say no. Gonna get ourselves our little Terra Force symbol in there. Like that. So recoil, we'll see if it was a an Earl type of a choice, but they still have those crazy sausages on sale at the store. We'll see. We'll make some of those if you don't see me on stream for a week or two or something like that. We'll know that those were part of the produce there that should have been tossed out. But yeah, I think that's gonna go in the air fryer tomorrow. I'm gonna also get me some taters to chunk in there too. Unfortunately, the frozen chicken got thawed out during all of the heat wave. I was supposed to make that, but it was already so warm in the house I did not make it. So that's just gonna have to go. That birdie's gonna be chucked in the garbage there. Otherwise, we'll be paying a visit to our not so favorite restaurant, right? Recoil Salmonella's. Yeah, the breakfast there might taste good, but boy, it'll really get back at you later. All right, let me see if we can get our Black Forest marking right over here. So thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the Patreon page where, yeah, we're going to be filming a couple of episodes over the next couple of days here. Tuesday, Wednesday, prime film time. We're going to be filming the next episode in our painting marble series. We did 3 different forms of marble on the first one, and we're going to do another 3. I mean, this was super fun with all the dark inclusions, and you can see the layering of it, the different colors and such. Where's that greeny one? There's the green one. This was, again, another one of the ones that we did right there. So we're doing a whole series on those. We're going to do at least 9 different bits of marble. At least 9 different marble types there. And then, of course, we're doing our next episode in our Metals Workshop series. And then we'll be doing that bust there. I'm going to do the forest stuff on the other side. Make sure that is lined up right about there. Yeah. Let's refresh that too. That was refresh. Okay, I think that's good right there. We need to catch a little bit of light on these guys. Some of these edges here need to be a little bit lighter. That was going to be a little too much. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. Not too late. Do this here. Let me catch a little more light along these edges out here. Now we're gonna have to let that sit. No, let me work on some of these other parts. We'll have to let that sit. We're gonna work on our markings and our other Tau Taurus interceptor. Ooh, while I got the void out here, let me hit this super quick like here. There we are. And then we'll use the same. Well, we got those pretty lit. I was looking at the other fighter. Those are pretty darn light. Not too shabby on those then. Alright, now we're going to try to take this one little stabby stab of our lightest light there in our engines. Let's try that again. No, 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 no. Now we're talking. Okay, so those nice and bright. Now that we've got that kind of sketched in, we can also hit a little bit of our lighter stuff there too. All right, let me go to our next one here. Let me scroll on up here. Nope, wrong one. There's my reference. That's what I'm looking for. Next up, and there's a decent amount of thinner on here. We don't want a ton because, well, that's going to become a pin line wash. That would not be super ideal. Over and then down and then back up again. And of course, if we feel like we need to make a little tweak on there, we just grab some of our red and we go over the top of the number, and it's all good. Okay, so there's that. Now we'll do this on the other side. Kind of avoid that cowling right there. Engine cowling, it's like almost bumped right into that. Just do a little double check here. I might even just to say, you know what, I'm also going to take this and I'm going to erase that. I'm going to start again because, oils and all that. Because we wanted to move that a smidge over. Get our second number in here again. We're just kind of ghosting that in there. If you wanted to do, say, faded numbers or something like that, well, guess what? This is where the oil's super handy. Right? Because if we don't keep going over this with the later stuff, it's gonna have that sort of faded look to it, without having to do any extra work at all. None. That's how we like things, right? No extra work. Down we go. Let's try this again. Bring that up a little. Okay. Now let me try to do a wee touch of some of the. Here, let's get the light on the edges of this thing. Like that. Ooh, I see a little some. There was a some kind of fuzz or whatever on the brush there. I had to get rid of that. Now we're talking there. To our freehand symbol over here. That's just gonna be going like this. And I'm gonna put these in here for now. Those are gonna be more yellow. Sword, like that. Okay, now I'm gonna replicate that over here. That's gonna be touching right at this point here. Sword. He'll probably about there. Then the flames kind of doing one of those, and then we might have to just kind of leave that as it is for the time being. Let that have a chance to set while we do other stuff like the highlights on the edges here of the different surfaces. Bingo. Nice, like so. A little bit lighter there, and also along this edge here. Back edge here too. But the same stuff that we were doing on the Black Forest hams, we're doing that here. Starting to break out some much lighter values on some of these surfaces here. Well, what do we got? There we are. All right. Some of that over here. We are. That's a little too late. Let's get that mixed in. Yeah, there we go. Okay. That's getting a little too late. Orangey is fine. We don't want peachy. We don't want that. No peachy. Gotta keep that yellow in there. So we're just basically mixing with what is already on the surface there. More of it here. Now I'm going to start to throw that kind of into where these flames are. Then we're going to get the yellow stuff on those too. You can see I could already put some paint on there. I wasn't able to do that just a second ago. That's when we say sometimes you got to let something just sit there and kind of have a chance to set. We don't mean hours or days or something like that. It could just be minutes. That's all it could take. Is just minutes. Back to this again. Here, let's do another smaller. Remember, I think you can see what we're. Yeah, you can see it. Should start right about here. nice teensy little version of what we have on the tail. Like you do there. Try that again over here. A bit more. Alright, and I'll get the second number. And then we can always go in there with our red, do the cleanup stuff. Not really worried about that right now because, well, any kind of panel lineage might also impact that too. Yes, fabulous panel lineage. Get that edge of it here, another edge. That's a little too white there. Let's get rid of that white. There's some of our latest red-ish color for some of that. Pull this along here a little bit more. Now let's get the darker part of the sword here. That bit of dark behind it. The dark around the outline there. The sword hilt there. I think that goes right down to the edge of that. Yep. Darken you up a bit in there. Sword going all the way down to that edge. Let me straighten out these. There we are. The green got a little bit further out over where it was supposed to go. This is what I wanted. I'm like, wait a minute, that wasn't what I wanted. It was the Payne's Gray stuff. That's what I wanted for these. Hey there, Nerd Holla, how you doing? Everybody please give Nerd Holla a follow. So Nerd Holla, how goes the bit? Well, I don't know. There was a lot of power washing going on, but that was more like atmospheric power washing there, Nerd Holla. So hopefully that's still going okay. And of course, Nerd Holla, if you want to post anything in the chat there, please go ahead and do that. So great to see you. Let me work this in here. I can chill. Let's say I think I have. Oh yeah, I got one of them up here. Where is that? Oh, here it is. So I have one of the. So these are our Siri Republic starships. Well, now we have the first miniature. Well, actually, I've got I think a bust. Oh, where's that bust? It's hiding over here. So there it is. There's the bust. So yes, our bird brains. We're starting to get some miniatures and stuff going for them as well. Well, that's fantastic there, Nerd Holla. And again, if you want to, I know you've been busy doing that, so probably not a ton of stuff that's necessarily just regular old Instagram or whatever to share. But if you want to share some stuff there, Nerd Holla, please go ahead and do that. And what was? Oh, here we go. This was We finally got a chance to do our 4th of July stream. There's a little bit of Constitution and gear here. Oh, yeah, that's right. And there's stickers. I got some stickers to show you. Speaking of our Siri Republic, where they? Oh, here they are. So we got some fabulous stickers for them now. There's a couple of each one on here. So there's the Wind Dancer you just saw right there, and we also have these now. So I wasn't sure, Nerd Holla, if you saw the. I just call her the pointing lady, but that I forget. I keep forgetting what the name of the WNBA player was. But she obviously became quite the meme there, and well, I decided to essentially to make have some fun with that, and we made ourselves a pointing lady for our Wapilius Spellbrush stickers. Now I don't know if that's something where you can, if they can still contribute to that there, Nerd Holla. But yeah, if you wanted to share that link, if people can still add to that, that would be spectacular. Trying to get me a little bit of a number right here. So I'm thinking that it hasn't been too weather-wise quite as adventurous for you out there as it's been here. Hopefully not, anyways. Let me get another one of these over here now. Again, just say no to decals. So much easier just to do that. And again, if you need to make a change, you can. You try to do that with decals. Not sure how you're going to do that because, well, issues. Can't just wipe those away. That's fantastic there, Nerd Holla. And of course, best to everything. Get that going. Now Nerd Holla. Let's see. I don't know if I don't think you were doing the Gen Cons, but I think you were gonna do the Reaper Cons, right? Sorry, I forgot already. Mostly these days, I just try to remember my own name, which is a challenge. Definitely a challenge. Here, let's get the other symbology over here. Whoops. Let's do that. Now we're talking. That goes here. That goes there. I don't do a whole bunch of other things, right? I don't do much other stuff there, but of course, one of the things I don't do names, I don't do dates, I don't do times, but I apparently do words. How well they work, well, who knows? Oh, that's it. I knew there was one you were doing later in the year, Nerd Holla, and this, and I know you basically said right there on that stream, you're doing Dragon Ball. Now, actually, oh, gee whiz, you weren't gonna be teaching any classes there, were you, Nerd Holla? 1 second here. Sorry about that. I thought I was at my scene there. I'm looking up and I'm like, why are there battlecraft flying around in front of me? That's because I didn't get the scene. Didn't get it. I don't do scenes either, apparently. Recoil, yes, I don't do names, dates, or times. Also, don't do scenes. There we go. So that's a little bit better. The old paint and pass. Paint and pass. Dev, if you wanted to shout out, Dragonfall there and Tony and such, that would be fabulous. Okay, we got that. Now, I do not think we had on this one here. Wait, no, wrong one. Now we're there. I am going to try and do some panel lineage on this one because this is basically the big thing here is panel lineage on this guy here. Let's see if we can get that going. Enough, maybe a little darker. You know what? I'm gonna get me some of the blue in there. Some of that indigo. Darker there. Darker there. And now we shall try to do some panel lines. Panel lines. Yeah, I'm gonna do one there. Going to do another one there. So can everybody check out that linky there that Nerd Holla just shared. Actually, Nerd Holla, hopefully you still get a chance to maybe stream a little bit here and there. Despite being super busy with the wash-in business there. Oh, that's what I meant. Have there been any new costumes? That's it, yes. Since you started that, have you gotten any ideas for new costumes, new characters? Because I know there was some, some initial ones that you had in mind. Wasn't sure if it's expanded beyond those initial ones. Boom, there we are. We're gonna. Well, that wasn't quite how that was supposed to go. I remember the bee. That's I remember the bee. Wasn't so sure if there was any moose and squirrel or anything like that, or any Flintstones. Jetsons. That's the other one. Okay, what's the other with that same era? Now that's fantastic. Now, Kentuck, is that? Oh gosh, is that like a 1/350 there, Kentuck? Because I'm thinking usually those end up being like a 1/450 or something. Actually, Nerd Holla Hackin' Slash was on earlier. Or, joined us earlier there with the Hangry games. You won't believe this, Rico. You're not going to believe this, but I was listening to a broadcast and they brought up that very character and they started asking, okay, who knows that character? That very same one. So it is a 320, okay. Let me I'm gonna work this away. Come on. Get on over here. There we go. It was to the point where the younger members of the audience there, Rico, did not believe that was a real character. Yeah, they said that's made up. There's no way that's a real character of any show. But yeah, Moose and Squirrel, Little Rocky and Bullwinkle. Now we can reinforce that as a panel line there. I mean, it all kind of began with all of our Starship stuff. This is where it all started. Was this 2 years? It was like a year and a half ago, Recoil, that we started with the BSG ships. Yeah, that's why we're doing all of this. That's why I eventually just decided to make my own ships, my own universe. Actually, oh, Nerd Hollow. Oh my goodness. Here, let me throw these out here so you can see these. So this is the, well, I think we got the latest one already, but let me see what I got here, linky wise. Okay, I know I'm gonna go all the way back to the beginning. So there's 3 videos here. Here's the first one. This tells this again, at least the starting portion of the story of this particular universe. There's video number 1. This one then piggybacks off of that one right here. And then this third one is the most recent one. Actually, I have another one that I'm hoping to have done maybe tomorrow. So here is the third one. There you go. So actually, a Nerd Hollow, yeah, if you check out those videos right there, you have you're really getting a good introduction on the story here of this particular universe. Let me break this down this way. Here. Down these will go. So I'm going to come all the way down here. That one didn't go quite the way it was supposed to. We will just wipe him away. I mean, it can't be that long ago, right, Recoil? I believe I had like the first couple of BSG ships at Adepticon, maybe last year. I think I had maybe one of them, maybe a couple. Nope, that ain't where we want that to be either. Try you again, like so. So again, if you check out those three links that I posted there, that is gonna again tell you a huge portion of the story of this particular universe here. And like I said before, I'm also working on a brand new video that will tell the story again. Another one of the species that we've been painting on stream. And again, all of these have been really, really, really fun to do. And it all, again, it's from stories that I did years and years and years ago. Finally, now there's things like, well, 3D printing and all that good stuff that lets me make these things. I just wanted to do these years ago. There was no way to do this kind of stuff. New tools, new ways, right, Recoil? Couple more lines are going to come down in here. Break that down into a couple other smaller lines there. Yep, like that. This also going to be broken down here into some more panel lines like you do. What do we want to do for the lighter portion? This not too late. Can't be too late. Hopefully this is not going to be too late here. Okay, how do we got this guy? It's easier to see it from this way. Come on, straighten up there. Okay, can't be too late on this. Down you go. Another bit of panel line. Gonna come down like this. Maybe, no, let me try this. One there. One there. Hey there, Queez. Boy, happy Tuesday there, Queez. Happy Tuesday. So, Queez, hopefully the painting has gone well. I really hope so. And of course, Queez, if there's something that you wanted to share, something like that you've been working on, whatever's, please go ahead and do that. So great to see you there, Queez. It's been really crazy with stuff trying to. This is I was trying to stream earlier, but it just kept being later and later and later. Just kind of how those things roll. Let me see if we can do some panel lines here. Let me get back to my reference here. There we are. Now we're back at our reference here. So Queez, it's been really fun again making all of the starships. Now we're getting this is the all the battlecraft here for the Great Union of New Terra. So there's the carrier right there. So everybody check out the Open Table D&D. Again, that was a charity event that Nerd Holla just did. And everybody, again, please give Nerd Holla a follow as well. So yeah, Queez, if you want to maybe share some stuffs in the chat there, please go ahead. Let me get that line, and more of our lines here. More lines. More panel lines in here. So Queez, I'm not sure if you've been seeing, the different Instagram posts there and such with all of the Cyber Thuria stuff. The latest Cyber Thuria figure was this one right here. I don't know if you saw that they also too the new Cyber Cathy and Cyber Giro and Cyber Wapelius, but there was the latest of our Cyber Thuria series right there. And here is the latest version here of our Cyber Wapelius and his little buddy Cad. Right there. And again, all of these ships, all this stuff, all made it. I think this is actually one of the latest busts that we painted up on stream there, the Arianrod bust. Yeah, there was that one. Now, the board game is very far along. Actually, I would have already been kind of in playtest mode if it wasn't for, well, weather things. That kind of complicated matters. Yeah, we're just going to keep going with this straight Let's keep going straight here with these. Again, some lovely panel lines here. Another set back here. A couple of them up on the top of this shoe. It's really wild to see how different these are again from the Seri Republic panel lines, which were very much more organic, right? Not like these, which are almost like Legos or something like that. Very much non-linear, which is hilarious because we're calling them panel lines. Now, yet Queez basically was not able to stream all week because of said craziness. Let's have that go down this way. Another line going that way. Couple again panel lines rolling this way. More breaking these shapes down. This is why we weren't really super worried about super tight shading and stuff here, because these panel lines are going to cover some of that B. They're also showing the some of the shape here, some of the which angle these plates might be going. No. Let me try something else. Right there. And now we're going to do this a little wider. There we go. We'll do that instead. And then another couple that go the opposite direction there. Then there. Same over here. There. Up and over. Rudders. Come on. There we go. You know what? Yeah, I'm going to do that. I will do that here. That actually kind of makes a little bit of sense. Boy, that little bit really does make a big difference, doesn't it? Recoil. I mean, again, you can kind of see the difference here between. Here, let's get the Argus, and let's do our panel line on the Argus here. Oh, geez, Camden, we're just a little bit away from Cinco Cinco. Yeah, there's the Argus. We're almost at a Cinco Cinco. Of course, there is no way we can actually reach a Cinco Stinko. We can't do that. That would be over 6 hours. That basically would be 7 hours. We call that a Cinco Stinko right there. Oof. That is a no bueno. Panel lines here. These really should make a big difference here. We're just 4 minutes away now, Camden. Look at that. What was the other? It was a rather surprise. Oh, there was, I think there was some raids, right, Camja? 'Cause I'm trying to think why did we have ours almost have a Cinco Stinko there? One connector there. Another one out here along there. Yeah, we'll tighten that up a little more. Yeah, I'm going to come back with some of the lighter grays. So now that we've done all this stuff, we can come back with the lighter grays too. Come on. Ah, that's better. I think we sort of did that on this side. Alright, time for more panel lines. Down we go. Attach there. Another one I think is going to come across there. And then come down, meet that. And again, the more of these we have, let me get that. Yeah, we're gonna try that again here. Hey there, Nurgle Matthew, how you doing? Hopefully you've had a chance to do a little bit of lurky there, Nurgle Matthew. Get a chance to see some stuffs. So great to see you there, Nurgle Matthew. No, there we are. There we are. Let's get to that on the other side here. Remove a little bit of the paint off of their other number here. Just say no to decals. No to decals. Let me do this right here. Yeah, there was a point there in Nurgomath. It was about 36 hours or so where I basically had not slept at all between all the weather stuff and all that. Well, and also too yeah, that was the other fun thing when the primary workstation died. That was oh, that's right, recoil. That's what I was doing this last Monday. That's why there was no Armada Monday because the primary workstation was dead, and I was trying to scrape together what I can to make another one. That's right. Because I was wondering, I was like, what did we do for Armada Monday? No, we didn't do an Armada Monday. That was most definitely an all-nighter right there, no doubt about it. Let me get our here. Let me get some of our lines in there, and another little panel line there, and more panel lines that go like so. And Ergo Matthew, basically it was a non-stop frenzy to try and take whatever stuff was around. And of course, it had only been 10 and a half months since the last work machine also died. There was one little device that I had for seeing at least if I could get whatever was on the hard drive off of there. Of course, all of the 54 terabytes worth of video files and stuff. Those don't go on the regular computer drive anyway. Those all go on USB drives. So those were already separate entities. There was a space anomaly, right? Recoil. Was that the Planet Killer? That's yeah. The Planet Killer decided to stop by for a visit. So again, so some modifications had to be made. Let me get a cross line going this way too. Stop there. Another one to build off of that. That will go to there. I probably will want to probably want to bring in some later stuff here. Oh, we had our Cinco Cinco there, Camda. We we missed our Cinco Cinco. Well, I did anyways. Sorry about that. Let me try to bring this in. Which way should that? Maybe a little bit that way. Let me try to get a little teensy one in there. There we are. Ah, there it is. There it is. 5 hours, 55 minutes, 55 seconds. A fabulous Cinco Cinco. No matter what, that's the last Cinco. Unless we go for 55 hours. Actually, yeah, I don't know if we want to challenge that there, Camda. See if we can't get ourselves an extra 5 in there. I mean, we did have a Cinco Quattro. We had a Cinco Trace. Actually, Queez, that would be very handy. Because, Queez, there's a ton of stuff that I gotta do. That would actually help me get caught up there, Queez, if I did a 55. That would not be terrible. Well, maybe it would be. Of course, it would be interesting trying to. Well, let's see. I'm not quite sure how we would do the food thing. That could be a bit of an issue, as they say. I guess Quiz, we'd just to make it challenging, we would have to throw in some terrain there. 20 or 30 2D paintings, right, Quiz? We could throw those in there as well. I mean, that's well, I mean, look what we've been able to do. 5 hours, well, 6 hours now, right? Okay, we just hit 6 hours. Hey there, Sleepy Slang, how you doing? Sleepy Slang, if you wanted to post anything in chat, please go ahead. Well, Quiz, well, that's where maybe a Stadium Pal can come in handy. If you got a Stadium Pal, you don't even need to do that. Either that, or you just you have there's going to be some Indian yellow on the palette, I guess. Yeah, let's get some of this light around the edge there. Now, it depends on how many mangoes we have beforehand, right, Nurgle Matthew? If we have some mangoes ahead of time, then we'll be able to have ourselves some Indian yellow. Let me lighten these up there. Now, Sleepy saying we're really enjoying. Well, obviously enjoying the Cyberthuria stuff too, but the Compass Rose universe stuff, which again also goes back 30 years. Maybe a little bit lighter right there, and now some there. So it all goes back, and again, you can see here, it looks somewhat familiar there. Yeah, there you go. Very nutritious mango smith. Believe it or not, there's a Nurgle Matthew. I got these. They're like, oh, they're not like popsicles. They're definitely not popsicles, but they're sort of like that. It's kind of like a smoothie on a stick, and one of them was mango. So technically, we have already had mangoes here in the household. Yep, Sleepy saying all of these right here. We'll again try to gather them in on the screen here. Also, not turn that light off. We'll zoom out. Maybe that'll make it easier to see them. There you go. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 over there. Oh, there's the Mastiff right there. Get back to our Argus here. So again, the equivalent here, this would be to the Seri Republic ships that we've done. And here, there it is. So that is kind of an equivalent to the Seri Republic ships right there. And of course, here's another one. The Triton class is the equivalent of this right here. Here we can do our little slide show here once again of our Compass Rose Air Wing. There you go. So there's the hangar bay. There's some of your squadron insignia there. Just kind of getting started with the squadrons. And of course, every squadron has a place to hang out. We're actually painting this squad right here, the Black Forest Squadron, and also this one too, the Hellfire Squadron. Painting up both of those, and of course, pilots got to have some gear. They need some gear. They can't just be walking around with t-shirts on. Also, the flight crew, they need some gear as well. Now I think we're going to get into some of our various craft right here. There you go. So there's the hangar bay where the flight crew kind of doing their work, doing their best, keep them flying. There's your Hellhound. I think from the Hellhound we're going to go to the Argus. We were just painting the Argus. We're actually painting that right now. I believe from the Argus we're going to go to there we go. There's the Mastiff. That's kind of a sort of a rescue type ship right there. And of course there is the Spectre. That is the electronic warfare. There we are. Back to this. Let me get this here. Couple more of our lines up that way. Maybe a couple up here. So actually, Sleepy Slang, there's a I can zoom back in again here. There is the tactical version of it, or the strategic version of it, because there again is there's your Great Union of New Terra in the center. You've got the Seri Republic. Those are the bird brains there. They are off to the right there, off to the left. We're actually going to be doing another civ that is from the Void. So there's kind of an overall strategic type game where you can actually you can win victories that are not just conquest style victories. You can win economic victories, you can win cultural victories, political victories. Then you also have, well, this, right, with all the different ships and everything. That is another one of our games. Also, a role-playing game because, well, this whole thing is set on the compass rule. Oh, here's our stickers too. I just lost my page of stickers. There they are. So every society has its own culture, government, everything. Here we can show you the Siri Republic right here. Let me get this guy. Where are they hiding? There they are. So there's the Siri Republic. There's the bird brains right there. You can see the architecture. The 12 perches, that is their government right there. So each of these perches essentially entails a different aspect of the government. This is their ethos, low thought. Middle thought is pretty much day to day life, just kind of getting by, doing things. And then high thought, of course, that is kind of the ultimate, the pinnacle. And of course, the sky theaters. That is the primary form of entertainment amongst the Siri. So this goes back again to 1996 when we made this, and somewhere here is the that same map that you just saw. Oh, and again, there's the we had a couple hundred years worth of events, 202 years worth of events, as it turns out. Let me see if I can find you the map. I think that's all the way in the back here. There it is. See that? Look at that. Again, that is circa 1996 right there. We actually did at one point, like I was saying earlier, we had a gigantic paper map. It was literally just black and white paper. We printed it out page by page. We taped it all together. We taped that whole stupid thing together. We had little paper counters that we made. And of course, Sleepy Slang, the Cyberthuria game is going well. I also have a role playing game for it. Actually, one of the videos that I did, I was painting the board game pieces. We also have painted the board game figures for the Cyberthuria board game. Which way is okay? That's here. It's like, wait a minute. Where is that? Oops, wrong. I'm looking up at the wrong ship here. 1 second. There's the Mastiff. I'm like, that's not. Why am I looking at an Argus? That ain't the right ship. Now we're getting somewhere. There we are. Because, yeah, I think we did a couple of streams. We were painting all the board game versions in addition to our gigantic. Here's our latest. So this is the corrupted version of the Lady of Shalott. Right there. Again, she sees it all in the mainframe. And again, with all the Cyberthuria stuff, it all starts with the original artwork that I did literally back in 1996. So that is very, very helpful because I can just basically take that, like literally. Where is our? Oh yeah, this. I mean, this is a painting. It just kind of jumped off the painting there, Sleepy Slang. It just jumped right off the painting. Yeah, it's been countless hours. And by countless hours, I mean thousands. Not hundreds, but thousands. Wouldn't you say there, Recoil? What's fun is that this headdress that she's got here, not only did I paint this like 3 times on Celtic drums, I actually sculpted this out of Sculpey. as a business card holder, and I even sculpted that out of art clay. That's that silver clay to make a brooch. Now, where's our? Oh, here's our Aryan rod again. This is another one. This is the Celtic goddess of the heavens. We also did Branwen. So, yep. Let me get this over here out of the way. There we are. We need another line down here. Also over here. There we go. And straighten up this. That's reasonably straight already. So yep, everything being 3D printed, and of course the game, all of the games that I'm working on, they are designed to be 3D printed. You get nothing from me except files. it's all up to the people to print it themselves. I'm not shipping nothing, not doing any of that, not printing anything. Everybody else gets to print it all. That would not be me. That ain't my job. Let me get this going here. Another extra little line there. Another line there. So yep, Sea Dragon. Eventually, you'll be seeing live streams where I'm playing all the different games there, Sea Dragon. All the different games. Whether it's the Cyberthuria game, whether it is our Compass Rose universe. That is definitely the plan, is to have all those games being played on the stream. More panel line goodness here. So yeah, Sea Dragon, you can print out the rules if you want to, or you just leave them in a just on an iPad or whatever, something like that. It's kind of up to the folks what they want to do with it. And of course, there's the kind of the showcase figures for the people that just want to paint the figures. There's that, and the busts and the bas reliefs. Yep, got the busts and the bas reliefs, all that good stuff too. And then of course, all of the. Let me see if I can get a token out here. Yeah, there we go. So again, all of the tiles with the nodes, with the corruption markers, all of those are 3D printable. We actually have here's one of the relays right here. So that's one of the relays. Let me get panel line right here. So again, this is why I did not get too engaged with doing tons and tons of shading here, because I knew we were going to be doing all these panel lines. Come on, get up there. There we go. Now we'll do this. That's gonna sharpen that up nicely. Sharpen this up here too. Like a so. Oh yeah, we're just gonna drag all this stuff down. There we go. Another set of panel lines there. A set here. Man, you can kind of see recoil when we start doing this sort of stuff. It gives it more of a sense of scale than when it was just open. I mean, again, like this one right here, that's got a whole lot bigger once we started to do all the panel lines on there. Get this across here. Another set of panel lines going to come down this way. Over. Then down there. Set of panel lines going this way. Like the Argus here, this right across the top really started to take a whole lot more. You could see what it was much more when we had the panel lines on there. And of course, those are kind of running opposite of how some of these panel lines run. Alright, I'm going to have these kind of take a different turn here. A little different turn on these panel lines. These will come down here. Now we'll break up these. Get some panel lines on the wings here. Down you go. Another one here. There we are. So hopefully, again, by Adepticon, we'll have all of the Cybertheria stuff locked in place. Ready for folks. Let me... Nope, I'm going to go this way with it. I'm going to go that way. Going to do another small line here. A small line there, and then... There's another piece we need to cut out right there. Couple of other cross lines. Panel line, we definitely need one over here. Down you go. And over. Then over again. Do I need to refresh the... No, I think I can get away with those. If that goes a little wonky, we'll just do that and continue. There you go. How's about... Well, speaking of which, here, let me get this... let me get this guy here. That's had plenty of time to set. Maybe a little... maybe even a little more thinner. Okay, fine. Whatevs. Whatever. I guess we need some more thinner. Bingo. Yeah, there we are. is nice. And again, I've been posting the links to those videos. I think if you scroll up a little bit in the chat, you will see the links again to the first three videos that kind of set the tone for the universe. And again, kind of give you a little intro onto the story. Let me do a little something later over here. Like this. There we are. Now we gotta do some panel lines here, but they gotta be that kind of later. Where's our? Here it is. Kind of like what we were doing on our electronic warfare ship. Sea Dragon, all of this stuff, the Cyberthuria universe, this universe right here. This is a again. I wanted to do a whole series of like illustrated novels and stuff way back in the day. There, Sea Dragon. So this is like being able to do that times 100. This is like doing that and then a whole bunch more, which has been super fun. Here, I'll be able to try and grab the videos links one more time here. Let's see if we can grab these guys. So, oops, wrong site. So let's go to the first things first. We'll get this first video. Get the link for you there so you can see that. Now we'll get the next one, which kind of piggybacks right into that one. Here it is. There's the second one. And then we'll get our last one that I just again put this up last week. Just finished this one right there. So those three videos will tell you a huge portion of the story of this particular universe. And those are unlisted, so again, if you don't have those links there, you won't even know they're there. Just wait until I have at least a certain portion of them done, dusted, and ready to go. Doing the story thing, that is something that I really enjoy big time. Absolutely love doing the stories. I mean, obviously, any painting or art or something like that, that is a story unto itself. And of course, we've been painting some of the Siri landscapes. And of course, our Cyberthuria landscapes as well. So there's our digital Camelot there, and then of course there's the Siri homeworld right there. Here we're going to try and get ourselves some panel lines in here now. Some lovely little panel lines there that are a bit later. That one comes right down from this. And that one's over there. Should probably lighten these. Yeah, let's get these a little lighter here. Like you do. Some lighter stuff in here as well. Maybe go slightly later here. Like this. And a little bit lighter there. Ooh, that. You know what? I think we need to go later on that top surface too. I wasn't gonna, but we're gonna do that now. like so. And then these guys need to also be lighter. Here, let me do this. So there's not too much left of the voice because we've been doing this for 6.5 hours. Just saw that. Again, uh, I've got more of these ships printed out. I will be printing out some more so that we can do some more of the Hellhound ships, or the Hellhound heavy attack craft, and then some more of these Tautatis. Again, so that we can do different squadron insignias and such on those. Nice to see you there, Revlis. Happy Tuesday. Appreciate you being here, Revlis. And hopefully Tuesday is off to a fabulous start for you. Let me get some more of this over here in our engine glow there. Catch a little bit of on the edges of that. Yep, some up there too. Where are we at? Yeah, let's go over here with this. Get the more, again, a little more of almost like the lighter panel lines in here. More, yeah, get a little bit more something in those shapes up there. Basically 7 for 7 there, Camja. 7 for 7. With a whole bunch of free handy stuff, right? Lots of free handy stuff and lots of panel lines too. I think we might have set a record for panel lines there, Camja. In a single stream, yes, a record for panel lines in a single stream. I think we've been doing panel lines for like the last hour and something, right? Right, Camja? At least it sure seems that way. Let me try. There we are. Okay. Get a little something along the edges. We don't have anything along the edge of that. So yeah, Camda, I'm looking forward to the like I said, whatever progress is made on those, I'll shoot you some pictures of that. Yeah, let's try this now. Across the top here. Can't all just be that dark. We have to have some light in there. Coming across the top of that, and we gotta get something here too. Same thing along these. Now here, let me get the this blue here. Super quick like. We will lighten that up a little bit with some of this here. To lighten it up a little bit more with some of this. Whoops, I'll thin that down a little bit more. Now here's hoping you get all the stuff that you're looking for there, Revlis. The stuff that's supposed to get there. Now there's my red. Okay. And now I think we'll kind of throw a little something here. Like a so. A little something lighter here. Send it down. Bingo, there we are. Okay, now where's my Russian blue? Mix that up a little bit of this here indigo. There we are. We had to restore some of that there. There's a whole bunch of light there. Same deal on this side. And then we got to do some of these, and that'll make our stuff on the interior, well, a little bit more glowy. There you go. More glowy by making that darker. Same deal here. Make that darker. All of a sudden, other stuff gets a bit of a glow to it. Where's my Black Forest hams here? I need my reference for my Black Forest hams. Whoop, there they are. Now we'll get our craft right here. That goes like so. And then we have our little horizon light there. Other side, same thing. The wings. Then that. And then the little, that's a little bit heavy for a panel line. We're gonna, but look at that. It's like we can just erase it. Oh my goodness. Ain't that just special? We can just go right in there, erase that, no problem. Just kind of letting those set for a little bit while I do again some panel lineage here. Not quite as much. Not as much as we've done on our other ships there, or battlecraft as we probably should say. Which way is that going? Okay, good thing I churned it just a little bit. Got me going in the right angle on it. Now we need our lighter stuff here. Not quite white. We'll do a little bit tracery around our plane here. Like so. And our other one over here. Reinforce that a touch more right there. I mean, it's really wild, right, Ken? How it is so easy to do that, and just kind of results in a no fuss, no muss, no panic atmosphere, right, Cam? No need to. It can all be fixed real easy. So there we go. Now just do a couple little panel line type things over here, because well now it is could be close to getting to be almost 7 hours there. And now it's 6 in the morning, and well, we need to make ourselves some chow here. We need ourselves some chow. kind of wanting chow about 3 hours ago. We'll get there. We do want to say thanks to Armored Wolf for doing all the moderations, of course, because Armored Wolf's been sitting here going, "What the heck? I just sat through that soccer game right there. Now I got to sit through this too." So we appreciate Armored Wolf doing that. Thanks, Queez, for being here. Appreciate that. So it is time for asparagus. That is a superfood right there, Sleepy Slang. If you look up the nutrients for that, I mean it's hard to find that same amount of nutrients like in anything else. This was pretty wild, right? Right, Camda. Yeah, it wasn't necessarily how I viewed. Does the stream go with their butt? Hey, we did. We got our. We've got a whole bunch of our ships going. Nope, that is just. It's just. You can look it up. Just look up asparagus. It's not pickled or anything like that. It is most definitely very, very, very fresh. Oh, thanks, Cam. To appreciate that. Well, we had the threes, right? We had the threes. Now we got ourselves the sevens there, Camda. Thank you so much. Thanks, Rico. Appreciate that. So yeah, quiz. Well, Thursday we'll be doing probably another flat Thursday there. So there's our Black Forest, and there's our Hellfire Squadron. We have the Mastiff, and we have the Argus. We got ourselves a Tautatus, and we have ourselves the Spectre, and of course we also have the Hellhound right there. So super fun, and it's really wild to see these right with all the panel lines and everything in there. So again, this is well, it's not quite our 12-hour journeys, but in there. Let me see. I think. Well, let's see. Let me just make sure. There we are. Let me just click on that. I just wanted to see if Mike Moans was doing the streamy thing. I don't see Mike, so I think there's Joe Orthover. Where is? Oh, there's Esmeralda.
Hello, little hobbit. Spark my ganja.
Thank you so much, Obi Stonks Kenobi. Appreciate that. I swear these things just keep getting smaller. It's like, dude, you smell weird. There is no universe I can go to where people don't talk about how I smell. Well, one more roll here. Let's see if we can get a big old Gandalf 6 for Obi Stonks Kenobi. Ooh, that was real close. That was very close to a 6 there. So let's see. There's Mike. Let me see. Okay, he hasn't been. Okay, he's not about to go away or nothing like that. So I want to say thanks to everybody for all the bits and the subs and the follows, the cheers and the raids, all that good stuff. And we will be again back at this on Thursday, doing some 2D art, and of course we're gonna probably be painting up this right here, either Friday or Saturday. We'll be painting up this, and again, that's going to be a fun little base there. Thanks, Obi. Appreciate that. So, Obi, here, one quick little look-see. Again, the difference here between the Seri warships and the much more organic nature of the panel lines. And, of course, here, classic, very classic straight-up panel lines. So, thanks so much, everybody. I'm going to get the raid countdown underway here. Again, appreciate all of that. And of course, all these battlecraft are they're based here on one of our Terra Force carriers. You can see it right over there in the corner too. So thanks again, everybody, and I'll hopefully see you on Thursday. See you later, Sergey. Appreciate you being here.